Chapter 667. Fifth Step Destruction, Sword Soul. This is a genuine king sword soul. Be it in essence or might, it has reached the king level. In the past, although the peak fourth step destruction sword soul had the might of an ordinary peak fifth step sword soul and could be considered as a king sword soul, peak fourth step was still peak fourth step. There would always be some difference. But now, the destruction sword soul had advanced to the fifth step, and its essence was a fifth step sword soul, one level higher than peak fourth step. As for its might, it was equivalent to an ordinary sixth step sword soul. Fifth step is king sword soul, sixth step is peak king sword soul, and seventh step is emperor sword soul. Each step is harder than the previous one, and its might increases by several folds. Right now, in terms of will, I'm not much weaker than a peak king. At most, I'm a bit weaker in application. Yi Chen was very clear on how frightening a fifth step destruction sword soul was. Before, without using the defensive sword art, his strength was more or less the same as Master Sky Sword, only a bit stronger in defense. But now, with a fifth step destruction sword soul, he could easily kill his opponent in a few moves. Let's test its might first. Standing in front of a rockery, Yi Chen's forehead slightly swelled, emitting a layer of jade-like black light. In the next moment, a faint black, illusory sword image shot out and swept across the rockery, so fast that it seemed like an illusion. The rockery and the space around it slightly distorted. Then, with a puff, the dozens of meters tall rockery was disintegrated into fine powder by the frightening sword intent. Because the speed of destruction was too fast, the rockery maintained its existence for a few blinks of an eye until it couldn't support its own weight anymore. Only then did it collapse, turning into a pile of ash that drifted in the wind. It seems to be more powerful than I imagined. I'm afraid the number of moves needed to kill Master Sky Sword will be reduced by 1. The sword intent released by the fifth step destruction sword spirit was much more powerful than ordinary fifth step sword intents. It could already completely affect reality. Without any exaggeration, if Yi Chen's will was below the fourth step, he wouldn't even need to make a move. A single strand of sword intent would be enough to annihilate the opponent's soul. And this was because Yi Chen wasn't a king. If Yi Chen were a life and death king, a single strand of sword intent would be enough to annihilate a peak master with fourth step willpower, ignoring all defenses. After all, life and death king's methods of using sword intent were much more profound than Yi Chen's. Under the same sword intent, Yi Chen would certainly not be able to contend against kings. Now that the sword soul has been upgraded, the attack power of the sword control art will also increase by a lot. The power of the defensive sword art was reflected in 4 aspects: Shan Yuan, profound, sword intent, and soul power. Among them, the sword intent took up a large portion, especially the fifth step destruction sword intent. The soul power was mainly reflected in speed. Of course, under the condition that the quality did not change, the faster the speed, the higher the attack power. Huff, letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen gazed at the distant scenery and inwardly thought, the destruction sword soul is already at the fifth step. I wonder when the immortal sword soul will take shape. The destruction sword soul contained slaughter, so it could absorb the power of slaughter. On the other hand, the immortal sword soul and the destruction sword soul were equal, and there was no such thing as one absorbing the other. However, compared to the destruction sword soul, the immortal sword soul seemed to be much harder to form. Wasn't there a saying that destruction was easier than construction? Yi Chen had a premonition that one day, when the immortal sword soul and the destruction sword soul reached a true balance, something unexpected would happen. In the forbidden area of South Rudra sect, there was a conveyor gate in an underground chamber. The energy whirlpool inside the conveyor gate suddenly accelerated. After 3 blinks of an eye, a figure was sent out and stood before the conveyor gate. This person was none other than the 18th elder of Dragon God, Celestial Palace. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps resounded as Long Bai walked down the secret passage. 18th elder. The 18th elder warmly smiled. Miss, you've lost a lot of weight. Long Bai sighed and asked, You've come for Yi Chen? Great elder asked me to have a chat with him. He also has a message for me to pass on to the palace. Since you've come, talk to him face to face. I'll take you to the Yi family. I'll trouble Miss to lead the way. Before the two arrived at the Yi family, they were sensed by Yi Chen, Dragon God, Celestial Palace's elder. Judging from the 18th elder's attire, Yi Chen guessed the other party's identity. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Yi Chen had personally brewed tea and was waiting there. From afar, the 18th elder saw Yi Chen. Inside the pavilion was a blue-clothed youngster with a handsome face. The tea on the table was emitting steam in spirals, contrasting with Yi Chen's temperament. He was extremely calm, without a trace of impetuousness. This was extremely rare among youngsters. Ha ha! Laughing heartily, the 18th elder and Long Bai entered the pavilion. Yi Chen, this is the first time we've met. I'm the 18th elder of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, surnamed you. The 18th elder didn't immediately sit down and introduced himself. Yi Chen stood up and gestured with his hand. I've been waiting for Dragon God, Celestial Palace, to send someone over. Elder Yu, please sit. Both sides sat down, and Long Bai said to Yi Chen, the 18th elder will tell you the general situation of Dragon God, Celestial Palace. The final decision will still be made by you. Yi Chen lightly sipped the tea and said directly, We'll talk about the general situation after we arrive at Dragon God, Celestial Palace. The 18th elder was somewhat stunned. Exchanging a glance with Long Bai, he said, Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Just these words of yours have made me have no choice but to have a whole new level of respect for you. You don't do things sloppily, and you won't change your attitude because of other people's opinions. No wonder you've been walking at the forefront for so many years, becoming the first sword master of true spirit continent in several hundred years. Yi Chen's terror deeply shocked the 18th elder. He was not a solitary martial artist, nor was he an elder of a small sect, but a member of Dragon God, Celestial Palace's Elder Association. He had a way of seeing through people. However, in front of Yi Chen, he couldn't see through the ladder at all. However, he didn't need to see through the ladder. Just from the ladder's words, he could tell that Yi Chen was even more outstanding than he had imagined. Yi Chen said, It's rare for Elder Yu to come to Yi Clan. Let's not talk business. Tea is fine. All right, tea. The 18th elder naturally knew that there was no need to say anything. Long Bai helplessly smiled. In South Rudra Sect's forbidden area, Yi Chen and the 18th elder stood in front of the conveyor gate. Miss, we'll take our leave first. The 18th elder turned his head and said. Long Bai nodded and said to Yi Chen, be careful. Your life is the most important. You have to understand that your value far surpasses everything else. I know what I'm doing. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't act rashly. All right, let's go. The 18th elder took the lead and stepped into the conveyor gate, followed by Yi Chen. The Dragon God Celestial Palace was situated on a huge island. In the world of Yi Chen's previous life, this island was definitely a small continent. On the island, countless buildings rose and fell one after another, with distinct levels. At the center of the island was an even larger building. At the center of the building was a majestic palace with a dragon statue coiling around it. A majestic aura soared into the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to be unable to gather. The place where Yi Chen and the 18th elder appeared was in the center of the island. Looking out, they couldn't see the end of it. The clouds and mist made the buildings faintly discernible. It was like a scenic spot in the heavens, magnificent and luxurious at the same time. Walking out of the conveyor gate, the two arrived at a plaza. On the plaza, there were many people coming and going. Most of them were core disciples of the dragon god Celestial Palace, as well as some attendants and outer elders. 18th Elder. Greetings, 18th Elder. Along the way, people would greet the 18th Elder from time to time. The status of the members of the Elder Association was not like that of an ordinary sex inner elder. Because the dragon god Celestial Palace was a peak 5th grade sect, the hierarchy was even stricter. Often, there were many small ranks within the same rank. Moreover, the Elder Association was the peak of the entire dragon god Celestial Palace and handled all the affairs of the palace. The 18th Elder was a gentle person, nodding and greeting one by one. Who is this person? He looks so young. Peak mid-sea of Soul Realm Cultivation Base, 20 years old at most. Being accompanied by 18th Elder Tisk TSK, these people were not idiots. They knew that a young man who could be accompanied by the 18th Master would not be simple. Moreover, from the way the 18th Master talked to Yi Chen, it was obvious that the two had the same status, and there was no hierarchy between them. Yi Chen did not pay attention to the other people's gazes. He glanced around and realized that the whole area was covered by a layer of enchantment, which was extremely horrifying. There was no trace of it at all, and no one could sense it at all, as if it was hidden in the void. What shocked him the most was that the trees planted on the roadside of the core region were all rare species. There were mid-grade purple fir trees, mid-grade dragonhead trees, mid-grade evergreen trees, and not a single low-grade tree. The flowers and grasses in the flower beds were innumerable, with the lowest being low-grade. There were also quite a number of mid-grade flowers and grasses. Cultivating under these trees, the heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely rich, allowing one to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, these grasses could be casually harvested and refined into valuable pills. Trees and grasses all had grades, so they naturally required a lot of nutrients. Therefore, along the way, Yi Chen could see people watering plants and grasses from time to time. This water was not ordinary water, as it contained a kind of exuberant vitality energy. If one wasn't afraid of losing face, they could even use it to drink. If it were a small clan without any grade, they would definitely treasure it and not use it for water. Sucking in a cold breath, Yi Chen finally understood the strength of a 5th grade sect. Compared to a 5th grade sect, a 6th grade sect was simply not worth mentioning. Raising his head, he could see many towering trees in the depths of the palace. Due to the clouds and mist, Yi Chen could only see the nearest ones. However, these few were all upper grade, countless times more precious than ordinary upper grade spirit grasses. It should be known that among plants, trees were the most valuable, often dozens or even hundreds of times more valuable than other spirit grasses. Yi Chen, how is the Celestial Dragon God Palace? 18th Elder could see that Yi Chen was very astonished. Yi Chen replied honestly, "It's more prosperous than I imagined. Dragon God Celestial Palace's prosperity is not what it looks like on the surface. However, everything has a price. It's precisely because of its prosperity that it requires even more resources. Once the resources don't keep up, problems will easily arise. It's not an exaggeration to say that the resources required by Dragon God Celestial Palace are at least 100 times that of ordinary 6th grade sections. From 6th grade to 5th grade, you can think of it as going from sea of soul realm to life and death realm. As long as a 6th grade sect had a life and death king, it could become the most ordinary 5th grade sect. After several hundred years of development, it could become a mid-fifth grade sect, a peak fifth grade sect, like Dragon God, Celestial Palace would need at least 1,000 years of development. Chapter 668. Walking on the bright and clean jade road, Yichen casually plucked a small white flower from a nearby tree and brought it to his nose for a sniff. A fragrance filled his nostrils, and an aura that could shake one's spirit entered his body. Right, Elder Yu, I'd like to ask you something. Do you know Su Jing? Yichen asked. Elder Yu replied, Of course I do. I won't hide it from you, but Sect Master Attache's great importance to her, no less than you, he has already appointed her as the Dragon God, Celestial Palace's goddess. Her position is only below Sect Master and above everyone else. Goddess? Yi Chun was flabbergasted. In truth, he had no idea why Dragon King would attach so much importance to Su Jing. He naturally knew that Su Jing was extraordinary, but everything had to have a reason. Without a reason, Yi Chun didn't believe and didn't dare to believe. However, since Su Jing was the goddess, it should be a good thing. Do you know where she is? Yi Chun asked again. A strange expression flickered on Elder Yu's face. I don't know. After Sect Master appointed her as the goddess, we haven't seen her again. However, according to my guess, she should be in seclusion. You also know that this woman's origin is extraordinary, and even Sect Master attaches great importance to her. Moreover, Sect Master said that he appointed her as the goddess, and it wasn't without reason. As for what the reason is, he won't tell us for the time being. Hearing these words, Yi Chun smiled bitterly. He originally thought that he would be able to meet Su Jing after coming to Dragon God, Celestial Palace. But now it seemed impossible. He didn't know when she would come out of seclusion. Seeing Yi Chen's regretful expression, Elder Yu smiled. You're still young, and you still have a lot of time to squander. A few years is nothing. When you enter the life and death realm one day, even 100 years will be nothing. Yi Chun smiled, but didn't say anything. Grandpa Yu, the two of them were walking on a large street in the middle of the buildings. Just as they were about to turn a corner, a group of young men and women approached them. Each of them was either handsome or enchanting. The woman who spoke looked to be around 22 to 24 years old. She was wearing an emerald dress that resembled a palace dress and had an emerald hairpin in her hair. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she sweetly called out to Elder Yu. Elder Yu revealed a smile and said, So it's Yusin. Greetings, Elder Yu. Greetings, 18th Elder. It was easy to tell that this group of young men and women were all core disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace. As a fifth grade sect, the significance of being a core disciple was different from that of ordinary sections. In ordinary sects, once one's cultivation base reached a certain level, one could become an elder. However, a fifth grade sect could maintain the status of a disciple. However, the status of a core disciple was not lower than that of an ordinary elder. It was almost second only to the members of the Elder Association, equivalent to an inner elder. The beauty named Yusin had exquisite facial features. Her eyebrows were bright, and her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. She suspiciously glanced at Yi Chen. Grandpa Yu, this is the disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, rarely went to True Spirit Continent. Those who knew about Yi Chen were mostly the upper echelons of the palace. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Yusin didn't know him. Elder Yu introduced, Yi Chen, this is my Dragon God Celestial Palace's fifth disciple, Chun Yusin. Yusin, you might not have heard of Yi Chen, but he's the most outstanding among the young generation of True Spirit Continent. No one can compare to him. Moreover, he's the first sword master of True Spirit Continent in several hundred years, and is even ranked first in the master's list. Every time Chen Yusin heard Yi Chen's identity, Her mouth would open a little bit wider, forming an O shape. Most outstanding among the young generation of true spirit continent, no one can compare to him, sword master of true spirit continent, ranked first in the master's list. Each of these titles was frightening. Although they boasted themselves as extraordinary, they also knew that true spirit continent was extremely powerful. There were countless fifth-grade sects, and there was even the Void Gate, a fourth-grade sect that surpassed the Dragon God, Celestial Palace. To be able to suppress so many geniuses, one's talent and strength could no longer be described as powerful, but frightening. Are you exaggerating? He's only at the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm. A youth beside Chun Yusin revealed a skeptical expression and muttered. Elder Yu glared at him and said, "When you see him in the future, treat him as if he's a member of Elders Association or the 5 Palace Leaders. Remember, don't offend him, or you'll have to bear the consequences." He knew that the core disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, were very proud. Unfortunately, compared to Yi Chun, their pride was not even worth mentioning. It could be said that Yi Chun was already a life and death king in the eyes of Elders Association, which meant that his chances of entering life and death realm were more than 50%. "Greetings, Senior Brother Yi." Chun Yusin seemed very obedient. She could see that although Yi Chun looked like a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament, his pair of dull eyes would occasionally reveal a wisp of light. This wisp of light was like a sword or a blade carrying a destructive aura that made her heart palpitate. Of course, she didn't know that because Yi Chun had just raised his destruction sword soul to the 5th step, he was somewhat unable to control his sword intent, causing a wisp of sword intent to leak out. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to see through Yi Chun's mysteriousness and would only think that he was not simple. "Greetings, Junior Sister Chun. Please advise me in the future." Yi Chun faintly smiled. "Of course." Chun Yusin curiously sized up Yi Chun. "All right, I'm going to take Yi Chun to Elders Association. You two go to your own things." Finished speaking, Elder Yu left with Yi Chun. After the two left, the youngster by Chun Yusin's side spoke in an unconvinced tone, only peak mid-sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. The title of Sword Master must have been given by himself or someone trying to curry favor with him. "Junior Brother Wu, your cultivation base is only at early sea of Soul Realm. You don't have the qualifications to judge him. I believe that Grandpa Yu's words are not without evidence." In truth, Chun Yusin was also a bit doubtful. However, she believed that Elder Yu wouldn't lie. Therefore, if she wanted to know the truth about Yi Chun, she would have to understand a bit more. "Of course I can't compare to him. However, Senior Brother's goal is also Sword Master, and Senior Brother is already at peak late sea of Soul Realm." The youngster had a good relationship with the head disciple of Dragon God, Celestial Palace. Therefore, he didn't like Yi Chun's Sword Master title at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unconvinced. "Don't cause trouble," Chun Yusin reminded him. After that, she frowned slightly. She knew that her eldest senior brother's goal was the sword sect, and her eldest senior brother was indeed the most talented genius in the way of the sword she had ever seen. His achievements in the way of the sword were terrifying. One man and one sword, he had once killed 3 notorious evil sword grandmasters in the Eastern Shallow Sea. He had also defeated all the geniuses in the way of the sword in the enemy forces. It could be said that Senior Brother's position in Eastern Shallow Ocean was equivalent to Yi Chun's position in True Spirit Continent, according to Elder Yu. One mountain couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. Sooner or later, something would happen. "I'll look for Grandpa Yu when I have time. He should know more inside information," Chun Yusin inwardly said. On the way to the Elders' Hall, Elder Yu said that Chun Yusin is pretty good. I've watched her grow up. She's only 27 this year, but she already has a peak early C of Soul Realm cultivation base. Her strength is much higher than ordinary C of Soul Realm Masters. Elder, you only knew that Yi Chun was very powerful, and his reputation had surpassed the 5 young tyrants. However, he wasn't clear about the geniuses of true spirit continent. He thought that Chun Yusin should be at the top of the list, which was why he felt proud. Unfortunately, in Yi Chen's opinion, Chun Yusin was about the same as Jingao Xuan and Li Xiaoyun. There were many levels above her. Of course, Sky Martial Region was an abnormal place, and Chun Yusin was only 27 years old. Therefore, it couldn't be said that she was weak. On the contrary, she was already very outstanding. She was definitely one of the peak geniuses. Not bad. Yi Chun spoke the truth. Dragon God Celestial Palace was one of the peak 5th grade sects, and its 5 disciples were all at peak early C of Soul Realm. One could easily imagine that the 4 above them were even more powerful. In terms of comprehensive strength, they were much stronger than Mysterious Sect. We've arrived at the Elders' Hall. Soon, the 2 of them arrived in front of a magnificent and majestic hall. 2 stone sculptures of strange beasts were placed at the entrance of the hall. The strange beasts were holding a scale in their hands. The scale was extremely stable, representing absolute fairness and the dignity of the Elder Council of the Elder Hall. Come, let's go in together. Elder, you didn't let Yi Chun wait outside and directly brought him into the Elder's Hall. Li Tong, ring the assembly bell. Upon entering the hall, Elder Yu directly spoke to an attendant beside him. Yes. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell, which was full of texture, spread out in all directions. In a short while, the members of the Elders' Hall arrived one after another and took their seats. He's Yi Chun. What a young appearance. This was their first time seeing Yi Chun in person. In the past, they had only seen Yi Chun's portrait. Yi Chun was much younger than they had imagined. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in his early 20s. This meant that Yi Chun's advancement was extremely fast, allowing him to maintain the appearance of a 20-year-old. Yi Chun, I'm surnamed Lin. Nice to meet you. Some elders started to greet Yi Chun. They didn't put on any airs of Elders' Hall members, and they couldn't do so in front of Yi Chun. Be it strength or status, both sides were equal. In terms of importance, Yi Chun was much higher than them. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as another elder walked in. This elder was the second elder, second only to the great elder. Just like Yi Chun, he was a sword artist. His nickname was Master Silver Sword, and his weapon was a silver sword. In terms of strength, he was just like the great elder, unfathomable. Yi Chun. The second elder sized up Yi Chun. Yi Chun, this is the second elder. Elder you introduced. Yi Chun nodded. Second elder. The second elder didn't say anything. His figure shook, and a sword intent that could slaughter the world gushed out. The entire Elders' Hall seemed to be shrouded in a bloody light. Within the bloody light, everyone saw different scenes. Some were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and some were battlefields. It was a scene that could shake one's mind and cause one's soul to swell. Most of the sword intent was concentrated on Yi Chun. Chapter 669. Peak 4th Step Slaughter Sword Intent. Yi Chun was somewhat astonished. Peak 4th Step Slaughter Sword Intent's might was almost at the level of Peak 5th Step Ordinary Sword Intent. Although it couldn't compare to Destruction Sword Intent of the same grade, it wasn't much weaker than Destruction Sword Intent in terms of targeting flesh and blood. Almost at the same time, Yi Chen's forehead swelled, and a boundless Destruction Sword Intent gushed out. Under the assault of this Destruction Sword Intent, the Elders' Hall suddenly darkened, as if a black hole had appeared. Even light couldn't escape. Pop! Once the killing sword intent and the destruction sword intent clashed, a cracking sound was heard in the sky. The space twisted slightly. Then, everyone saw the chair right next to the second master shatter. His face turned pale, and he backed out 3 steps uncontrollably. His mind was in a mess. Second Elder. Second Elder, are you all right? Everyone turned pale with fright. I'm fine. After 2 blinks of an eye, the second Elder recovered his mind and looked at Yi Chun with lingering fear. This is Destruction Sword Intent, a supreme sword intent. The second Elder was experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately recognized the sword intent's attribute. Yi Chun knew that his opponent was probing him, so he only used the same grade Destruction Sword intent to resist. Moreover, he immediately withdrew it, intending to retreat rather than injure his opponent. Even so, because of the high quality of Destruction Sword intent, even at the same grade, it was not something that Slaughter Sword intent could resist. Thanks for letting me win. Withdrawing the Destruction Sword intent, Yi Chun said, Good. Seems like Lu Wuxing, kicked an iron plate this time. Worthy of being the continent's first sword master in several hundred years. This silver sword master is nothing in front of you. The second Elder laughed heartily, his face full of admiration and admiration. Yi Chun faintly smiled, but didn't say anything. This silver sword master's strength was a bit lacking compared to Master Sky Sword. If he were to say he was being modest, it would be too fake. If he were to say that the opponent was indeed inferior to him, it would easily make the latter unhappy. Therefore, it was best not to say anything. I was originally worried about something, but it seems like there's no need now. You alone are equivalent to 10 C of Soul Realm experts. As for keeping you here, I'm afraid I'll need dozens of C of Soul Realm experts and hundreds of astral reaching experts. Second Elder Silver Sword Master's evaluation of Yi Chun was extremely high. He could tell that Yi Chun had held back a moment ago. As for how powerful the latter's sword intent was, he had no idea. His intuition told him that the latter's destruction sword intent had very likely surpassed the peak of the 4th step and reached the 5th step. However, his rationality told him that this was impossible. Destruction Sword Soul was much harder to raise than ordinary sword souls. Although the difficulty of raising it to the 5th step was not as exaggerated as raising an ordinary sword soul to the 6th step, it was not that far off. 1 was equivalent to 10, and this was just an implicit statement. If he were to engage in guerrilla warfare, he might even be able to contend against 20. However, if the second Elder knew of Yi Chun's true strength, his jaw would probably drop. Without the defensive sword art, even if the destruction sword spirit reached the 5th step, Yi Chun would only be able to contend against dozens of C of Soul Realm experts at most. Moreover, he would have to engage in guerrilla warfare. After all, his speed wouldn't allow him to dodge dozens of attacks, and his defense wouldn't be able to block dozens of attacks. Even if his offense was high, it would only allow him to kill people a bit faster and more efficiently. However, with the defensive sword art, Yi Chun could easily behead people from hundreds of li away, killing 1 at a time, 100 at a time. In theory, Yi Chun could kill endlessly until his Zhen Yuan and soul power were exhausted and his sword intent dried up. Of course, his opponents weren't fools. They would observe with their soul power, and if they discovered that they couldn't block the defensive sword art, they would join hands and defend together. In that case, the defensive sword art wouldn't necessarily be effective. The joint defense of dozens of people wasn't something a single person could break through. In any case, Yi Chun decided not to reveal the defensive sword art for the time being. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge, and he would kill to his heart's content. Normally, his strength was more than enough. In a one-on-one battle, even Master Sky Sword wouldn't be able to block more than a few moves from him. Ha, second elder. It seems like you're convinced by Yi-chun. The one who spoke was the usually blunt 13th elder. The second elder didn't get angry and nodded. I'm convinced. How can I not be convinced? Seeing is believing. Yi-chen's strength is clear for all to see. I can't be unconvinced. All right, let's all sit down. The first elder will be here soon. The third elder saw this scene and nodded to himself before opening his mouth to speak. Hearing these words, everyone sat down one after another. Yi-chen sat beside 18th elder, Elder Yu. It didn't take long for the grand elder to arrive. He didn't have the sharpness of the second elder or the silver sword master, nor did he have the might of the third elder. The grand elder gave off a very ordinary feeling, as if he was just an ordinary old man. However, as soon as he entered Elder Hall, everyone quieted down. The great elder stood before the elder's table and swept his gaze from left to right. When his gaze passed by Yi-chun, he faintly nodded and revealed a gentle expression. Since everyone is here, let's begin. After speaking, the great elder sat down. The third elder waited for the great elder to sit down before saying to Yi-chen, Yi-chen, I'm very gratified that you decided to come to Dragon God Celestial Palace. However, before that, I have to remind you that the sect war this time is extremely dangerous. It's not as simple as you think. I personally don't recommend you to come. As people of high status, we have to look at the big picture and know which is more important. Yeah, you don't need to come. Individual strength can't play a crucial role in the sect war. Although you're very powerful, you can't control the overall situation. You can only reduce the casualties of my Dragon God Celestial Palace, but will have to bear the consequences of your fall. If not for the fact that Dragon God Celestial Palace was facing a crisis and the four opposing forces were pressing on, not a single member of the Elders Association would have agreed to Yi-chen's arrival. Even the 18th elder didn't agree. Therefore, they were in a dilemma. On one hand, they wanted to use Yi-chen's battle strength to gradually turn the situation around. And on the other hand, they didn't want Yi-chen to take the risk. A trace of warmth flowed in Yi-chen's heart. Regardless of whether these elders fancied his talent or had other intentions, they truly didn't want him to take the risk. This was the third power Yi-chen had acknowledged apart from Yi family and Sky Cloud sect. Sweeping his gaze around, he engraved everyone in his eyes and said, I, Yi-chen, have walked out of dangerous situations all my life. Although the sect war is more dangerous, it's no different from an ordinary adventure for me. Moreover, I don't dare say I can help Dragon God Celestial Palace defeat the four opposing forces, but I can guarantee my survival. I believe that after this sect war, my strength will continue to rise. On the other hand, if I don't pay attention when Dragon God Celestial Palace is in danger, my mental state will be obstructed. Yi-chen's sword Dao was upright and above board. After receiving the kindness of others, he naturally had to repay it. Most importantly, he would never deliberately avoid danger unless it was too great for him to bear. Only then would he carefully ponder for the best solution. Moreover, the longer Dragon King didn't appear, the more danger Dragon God Celestial Palace would face. Even if he didn't come now, he would come sooner or later. Once Dragon King came out, all the problems would be easily solved. Chapter 670. Unfortunately, Dragon King's seclusion this time was a bit too long. It was no wonder that the four opposing forces were getting restless. If not for their apprehension of Dragon King's remaining might, they would have sent their armies to thoroughly eradicate Dragon God Celestial Palace. How could they have given Dragon God Celestial Palace even the slightest chance? Therefore, Yi-chen's arrival was the best timing. If he came late, Dragon God Celestial Palace's strength would have been greatly damaged. Even if he was here, they wouldn't be able to contend against the four opposing forces. He wasn't arrogant enough to contend against 100 or even 1,000. 18th Elder, you didn't say anything. As early as in the Yi family, he knew that Yi Chen had already made up his mind, and nobody could change his mind. Moreover, he firmly believed that Yi Chen's survivability was very strong. Growing from a small genius to his current height, it was impossible for him not to have a strong survivability. What should be said had already been said. All the elders looked at the Great Elder, wanting to hear his opinion. The Great Elder said, "I've already talked with the left and right protectors. They don't oppose Yi Chen's participation in the sect war. However, they emphasized that our dragon god, Celestial Palace, must have disciples participate as well. This will not only temper them, but also represent fairness." The Great Elder's meaning was clear. Yi Chen was not even a member of Dragon God Celestial Palace, yet he had come to help Dragon God Celestial Palace. As disciples of Dragon God Celestial Palace, they naturally had to participate as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be appropriate. Is this how it should be? Hearing these words, the majority of the elders nodded. The Great Elder looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Yi Chen, have you used the drop of will left by sect leader in your Sea of Soul?" He hoped that Yi Chen wouldn't use it. Only when life and death kings will reach the 6th step would they be able to leave a drop of will in someone else's Sea of Soul. It should be known that this drop of will was not just pure will, but also contained a wisp of natal Jin Yuan. Only the natal Jin Yuan of a life and death king could display this drop of will without restraint, which was equivalent to a full-strength defense of a half-step king. However, due to the limit of natal Jin Yuan, life and death kings with 6th-step will couldn't use it limitlessly. Every time they used it, they would lose a portion of their cultivation base. This has already been used. When Yi Chen first came to the Sky Martial region, he entered an underground crack in order to find the rootless flower and the shadowless grass. Who knew that the shadowless demon in there would be so powerful? If not for the Dragon Kings while protecting him, he would have lost his life in there. After that, the Dragon King's will was exhausted. At the critical moment, the Destruction Sword Soul was finally formed, and he successfully escaped from the underground crack. Until now, Yi Chen still had the lingering fear. Being possessed by the shadowless demon was definitely a very scary thing. Even someone as strong-willed as him could feel his hair standing on end. "I used it. What a pity." The Great Elder shook his head. Soon after, he felt even more admiration for Yi Chen. Dragon God Celestial Palace also had a few disciples who had obtained a drop of Sect Master's will. However, none of them had used it, although everyone's fortunes were different, and the dangers they encountered were also different. In any case, Yi Chen had said that he had walked out of danger after danger, and it was indeed true. "You have the heart to fight for my Dragon God Celestial Palace. As the Great Elder of Elders Association, I am extremely grateful. Before this, we had already discussed giving you the position of Azure Dragon Hall's deputy. You have any objections? If you do, we can discuss further." Azure Dragon Hall's deputy, Yi Chen knew that Azure Dragon Hall was the head of the 5 great halls. Although the position of deputy couldn't compare to that of the other 4 hall masters, his position was definitely above them, and the strength required was also much higher. He originally thought that giving him the position of head attendant at most would be good enough. After all, he had just arrived at Dragon God Celestial Palace and didn't have much prestige. It would be hard to avoid dissatisfaction. Who knew that the result would be even better than he had imagined? His biggest problem in coming to Dragon God Celestial Palace was that he had to listen to other people's orders. This was something he didn't like. Now, all the problems were gone. Deputy Hall Masters had the authority to command the troops of one side and would only be managed by the Hall Master. That's enough. A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. All right. The Great Elder faintly nodded. Azure Dragon Hall's deputy command token can only be obtained after you take up the post. At that time, Elder Yu will take you there, as before. Apart from this Dragon God token is also for you. With this token, you will be the Dragon God envoy of my Dragon God Celestial Palace. Although your authority isn't as great as Azure Dragon Hall Masters, your position will be higher. If necessary, you can disobey orders and act on your own. As he spoke, the Great Elder took out a 5-colored command token and handed it over to Yi Chun. 5 huge dragons were engraved on it, and their colors were cyan, black, red, white, and yellow. Yi Chun received the Dragon God token and was rather astonished. As far as he knew, the 5 Hall Masters had Azure Dragon Command tokens, Black Dragon Command token, Red Dragon Command token, White Dragon Command token, and Yellow Dragon Command token. Although Long Bai wasn't the Azure Dragon Hall's Deputy Hall Master, she also had a small Azure Dragon Command token. Since she was the direct descendant of Dragon King, her small Azure Dragon Command token was slightly different from others. The Dragon God token was a command token above the Azure Dragon Command token and was extremely transcendental. He didn't know how many people had a Dragon God token, but it certainly wouldn't be more than a handful, perhaps even less. The Great Elder continued, "This Dragon God token has been distributed in total. 1 is for Goddess Su Jing, and the other is for you. Use it well. Additionally, with the Dragon God token, you won't have any misgivings in the Dragon God Celestial Palace. You can basically go anywhere, including the forbidden areas." Hiss. The elders present didn't expect that Yi Chen could obtain a Dragon God token. Of course, they didn't think that it was the Great Elder's idea or the Left and Right Protector's idea. It must have been the sect leader's order. Otherwise, the Dragon God token wouldn't have been distributed to the Great Elder and the Left and Right Protectors. Yi Chen, with the Dragon God token, your position is equal to our entire Elder Association. Elder Yu's face revealed a trace of envy. Yi Chen put away the Dragon God token and said earnestly, "Many thanks to Senior Dragon King and everyone's great kindness. Yi Chen will certainly use the Dragon God token well." Status was given by others, so he wouldn't act recklessly. "All right, this meeting is over. Dragon God Envoy, you should rest in the Dragon God Celestial Palace for a while. Someone will inform you when you are ready to take up your post in the Azure Dragon Hall." The Azure Dragon Hall had lost a large number of troops and needed to adjust for the time being. There wouldn't be any battles. "All right." Yi Chen faintly nodded. "Elder Yu, bring the Dragon God Envoy to a place to rest. I think it should be in the core region's Red Cloud residence." The Red Cloud residence was a top-notch residence in the Dragon God Celestial Palace. The entire residence was covered in big and small arrays. Apart from defense and offense, these arrays could also gather the Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth. Cultivating inside would yield twice the result with half the effort. Elder Yu brought Yi Chen to the Red Cloud residence and left after drinking a cup of wine with Yi Chen. Before leaving, he assigned some attendants to wait for Yi Chen's orders. "Dragon God Envoy, if you have any orders, don't hesitate to order us." These attendants were all very young. Their cultivation bases were all at the Clasping Yuan realm, and they all looked to be under 30 years old. Of course, this was just their appearance. Be it ordinary sex or 5th grade sex, attendance positions were all below elders. A portion of them were disciples who didn't have enough talent. Therefore, although they looked to be under 30 years old, they might very well be in their 40s or 50s. "I'm fine now. You can withdraw first." Yi Chen said. "Yes." All attendants walked out of the Red Cloud residence and stood guard outside. After they left, Yi-Chun looked around and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, not to mention the Red Cloud residence's luxury and comfort. It occupied several hundred hectares of land. Moreover, on both sides of the road, there was a mid-grade tree every few dozen steps. Some mid-grade trees bore some fruits, and they were all mid-grade fruits. Plucking a fruit, Yi-Chun lightly took a bite. Mid-grade fruits are indeed mid-grade fruits. The taste is ample, and the energy it contains is also extremely pure. Eating it every day, year after year, can save a lot of hard work. Moreover, one's constitution will also be much better than ordinary people's. Outside, no one would be so extravagant as to eat mid-grade fruits like ordinary fruits. Even ordinary fifth-grade sects couldn't do so. Even in the Dragon God Celestial Palace, perhaps only this kind of top-notch residence would have such treatment. If it were anyone else, it would be similarly extravagant, and they would only be able to eat it occasionally. In a situation where there were too many monks and not enough meat, it could only satisfy a small portion of people. In a courtyard not far away, there was also a hot spring. Above the hot spring, pure energy transformed into mist. Taking a breath would make one's body feel much more comfortable. As for the entire sky above the Red Cloud residence, it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of special rays, causing clouds to appear everywhere. Soaking in the hot spring, Yi-Chun closed his eyes and lay down on the rock behind him. After a few days, Yi-Chun walked out of the Red Cloud residence. The island where the Dragon God Celestial Palace is located is not that much smaller than South River region. I'll familiarize myself with the terrain first. Big also had its disadvantages. If one wanted to get to a certain place, it would be rather troublesome. For example, the Red Cloud residence where Yi-Chun was staying had no one within several hundred li. There were only a few attendants' palaces and residences. Summoning a beautiful young woman named Yanzi, Yi-Chun made her his temporary tour guide. Dragon God Envoy, this is the largest training ground of my Dragon God Celestial Palace. Demonic beasts are everywhere, ranging from 1st grade to 6th grade. The surroundings are shrouded in a huge array, and demonic beasts can't come out. Only after reaching 7th grade can they leave the training ground. Yanzi was as beautiful as a flower. Being able to act as a tour guide for Dragon God Envoy made her extremely happy. As attendants, their treatment was not as high as that of inner disciples. Therefore, some resources couldn't go to them, and they could only exchange for some resources with contribution points. However, attendants had their own benefits. They could often receive rewards from people with high positions. In her opinion, serving Yi-Chun would definitely be rewarded. Leaving the training ground, the two boarded the palace's exclusive flying artifact, Celestial Palace flying ship, and arrived in front of a huge lake. The lake's water was not transparent, but a kind of crystal color. Above the lake, rainbows could be seen everywhere. The sky was blue, without a speck of dust. Even describing it as a paradise of the mortal world wouldn't be enough to describe its beauty. When the two arrived, they happened to see a beautiful woman in palace attire collecting the rainbow essence in a bottle. She looked like a fairy from the heavenly palace. This woman was none other than Dragon God Celestial Palace's 5th disciple, Chun Yusin. Chun Yusin also saw Yi-Chun. Putting down what she was doing, her figure flickered, and she flew over. "Greetings, senior brother Yi." In fact, Chun Yusin was 1 year older than Yi-Chun, and also looked older than Yi-Chun. However, in terms of strength, calling Yi-Chun's senior brother wouldn't be an insult to her. Yi-Chun smiled, didn't expect to meet junior sister Chun here. Hee. Chun Yusin chuckled and took out a special box from her storage ring. Handing it over to Yanzi, there are 3 5-colored thunderbolt bombs here. You can leave first. I'll show senior brother Yi around. Yes, Yanzi's face couldn't help but flash with joy. The 5-colored thunderbolt bombs, refined by Chun Yusin, were famous enough to kill a powerful astral-reaching expert, although they weren't as powerful as the 7-colored thunderbolt bomb. They were more than enough for her. Chapter 671. Waiting for Yanzi to leave, Chun Yusin boarded the Dragon Palace flying ship and poured in Zhenyuan. The ship flew toward the east at a moderate speed. Sister Chun, what's the use of collecting rainbow essences? Yi Chun could tell that the rainbow above the lake was not the rainbow of the mortal world, but formed by different kinds of energies. Some of the particles were clearly formed by the fusion of different kinds of Yuan Qi energies. They could be called astral Qi particles or even divine light particles. Chun Yusin nodded. The rainbow above the rainbow lake is called the astral Qi rainbow. It is produced by the energy rising from the lake water and the Yuan Qi energy in the sky. The essence of the astral Qi rainbow is the astral Qi particles. Once enough astral Qi particles are collected and refined with special techniques, one can create a 5-colored thunderbolt bomb. The 5-colored thunderbolt bomb can even threaten late astral-reaching realm warriors. If one can collect some divine light particles, one can create a 7-colored thunderbolt bomb, which can kill a Sea of Souls realm warrior at close range. I see. When he was still a condensing reality realm martial artist, Yi Chun had seen Luo Hanshan use the Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb. The Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb could easily kill an ordinary clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and this 5-colored Thunderbolt Bomb was at least 10 times more powerful than the Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb, and the 7-colored Thunderbolt Bomb was at least 100 times more powerful. Senior brother Yi, you haven't seen the explosion of the 5-colored Thunderbolt Bomb, right? It's very beautiful. Chun Yusin took out a 5-colored bead. With a flick of her finger, the 5-colored bead flew out and exploded a kilometer away. A 5-colored brilliance surged out, reflecting thousands of colors under the sunlight. It was different from ordinary thunderbolt bombs. The 5-colored thunderbolt bomb didn't produce any obvious shock waves. It was like an eruption of brilliance. However, the power of this brilliance was very high, and it could ignite some of the nearby origin energy for a long time. It's indeed beautiful. Yi Chen's eyes reflected thousands of colors. Following that, Chun Yusin brought Yi Chun to most of the scenic spots. Due to the limited time, and the island was too big, they only picked the most famous ones. Some of the less famous ones, but still many times better than the ones outside, were directly ignored. Senior brother Yi, this is a rather interesting explosion orchard. It can test one's reaction and insight. Riding on the Dragon Palace flying boat, the two arrived in front of a huge orchard. This orchard was in the shape of a ring, at least 30 miles in diameter. There was a small lake in the middle, which was filled with rich energy. Obviously, it was providing nutrients for the orchard. Inside the orchard, there were countless exploding fruit trees. Yi Chun had heard about exploding fruit trees before. They were a type of low-rank fruit trees, but different from normal fruit trees. They had very little value. Their fruits could only be used to make bombs, but the explosive power was not that great. Even early clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to hurt them. Of course, in Yi Chen's world, it would be considered quite powerful and could kill a lot of normal people. How do we test this? Yi Chen asked. Chun Yusin said, the orchard is covered with a soul stone array, which can block soul power detection. Once inside, soul power cannot be released outside. Also, Zhenyuan is not allowed to be used either. You are only allowed to use your own physical strength to run. After running one lap, whoever returns to the end first will prove who has the better reaction and perception. soul power can't be released, and Zhenyuan can't be used? Hearing her, a curious expression appeared on Yi Chen's face. Since he could not use either of them, he had not tested his reaction and observation power yet. It should be known that a person's reaction and observation power were not directly related to Zhenyuan and soul power, since the latter two could only amplify the other aspects. After all, the physical body and soul were the foundation of a person. Among the core disciples of our dragon god, Celestial Palace, second senior brother's reaction and perception are the strongest. Moreover, he has the wind spirit body. Even without using Zhenyuan, his body is as light as a swallow, and his speed is extremely fast. Even eldest senior brother can't compare. Chun Yusin continued. Oh, what about you? Me. Chun Yusin smiled with a trace of pride. I can't compare to second senior brother and eldest senior brother. But in last year's test, I was third. Not bad. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Chun Yusin was the fifth disciple, and being able to rank third meant that she had great potential. If they were in the same realm, she might not lose to the eldest and second disciples. Why don't you go test as well? Chun Yusin suggested. Actually, she had her own plan. She wanted to see how excellent Yi Chen really was, and whether he was just as powerful as his reputation was, or if he was the scariest sword art genius in the whole true spirit continent, just like Grandpa you had said. Someone is already testing. I'll wait for a while. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Chun Yusin's eyes flickered with a trace of complacency when she saw the other side agreeing. However, when she saw the person testing, she cried out in surprise, "It's second senior brother Li Feng." Yi Chen was also sizing up the second disciple of Dragon God, Celestial Palace. Li Feng's appearance was clear, and his eyes were bright like two resplendent diamonds. He was about 28 years old and wore a cyan-colored leather armor. He had a tall stature, broad shoulders, and long legs. Even though he was clearly standing there, he gave people the impression that he was riding the wind. It was as if his figure could ignore the air resistance with a single movement, tearing through the sky. Second senior brother's result last year was 349 scales. I wonder what it will be this year. He should be able to raise it to within 345 scales. Tisk TSK, worthy of being second senior brother. Even eldest senior brother's result is only 355, while fifth senior sister's is 367. Outside the orchard, a large number of Dragon God Celestial Palace disciples were gathered together, discussing spiritedly. In front of them was a huge water leak. Below it was a scale of 1,000. At this moment, the water leak had yet to open, so it was 0 scale. All right, you guys open the water leak. Li Feng turned his head and instructed. Yes, second senior brother. One person walked out and opened the water leak. Drip, a stream of water fell. Swish. Almost at the same time, Li Feng's figure flickered as he entered the exploding orchard. The exploding orchard was circular in shape, with both the starting and ending points being the same. As Li Feng entered the orchard, explosions rang out one after another. In a split second, there were at least dozens of explosions, which was extremely shocking. According to the source of the explosions, Li Feng was already several li away from the orchard. It was clear that even without using Zhenyuan, his speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. So fast, second senior brother's speed seems to be even faster than last year. Chun Yusin exclaimed. Indeed, quite fast. Yi Chen faintly nodded. The two's arrival attracted the majority of people's attention. It's senior sister Chun. Who's the person beside her? How come I've never seen him before? He's actually letting senior sister Chun lead the way. How enviable. In the eastern shallow ocean, Yi Chen's reputation wasn't that great. The number of people who knew him was few and far between. Therefore, the number of disciples who knew Yi Chen was even fewer. At least, no one in front of them knew who Yi Chen was. Of course, if they knew Yi Chen's name, perhaps one or two had heard of him. Greetings, Senior Sister Chen. Who is he? A few core disciples who had a good relationship with Chen Yusin walked up to greet her and asked. Chen Yusin didn't know how to introduce him, so she could only say, he's called Yi Chen. He's here to help my dragon god, Celestial Palace deal with the current situation. You should call him Senior Brother Yi. He's an influential figure in True Spirit Continent, a titled sword master. Titled sword master? A few people suspiciously glanced at Yi Chen. Regardless of who it was, upon seeing a youth even younger than them being a titled sword master, they would certainly be suspicious. Not saying it out loud was already giving face to Yi Chen. A few people unwillingly called him Senior Brother Yi and retreated. This person is called Yi Chen. Does anyone know him? After retreating, one of them asked his fellow disciples around him about the situation. Yi Chen, I know him. I went to the eastern regions 2 years ago and heard people talk about Yi Chen. It should be him, right? What do you mean? Perhaps you don't know, but the outside world is saying that he's a genius that sect master attaches great importance to. From their tone, it seems like he's even more important than Senior Brother. Impossible. Senior Brother's strength is unquestionable. How could he be stronger than him? He wasn't as strong as Senior Brother 2 years ago, but I don't know now. That must be a bluff. He wasn't as strong as Senior Brother 2 years ago. How could he be stronger in 2 years? Moreover, he's a titled sword master. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. It's definitely self-titled. Let's not talk about this for now. Second Senior Brother is coming out. The sound of explosions was getting louder and louder. In the end, it almost connected into one, attracting everyone's attention. Swish! After a few blinks of an eye, a figure appeared. It was Dragon God Celestial Palace's second disciple, Li Feng. 340 scales. Too shocking. Seeing Li Feng come out, everyone's gazes focused on the water leak. When they found out that the scale was 340, they all opened their mouths wide in shock. He managed to raise his cultivation by 9 notches in a year. As expected of second Senior Brother, Li Feng had already seen his own result. The corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at Chen Yusin and Yi Chen and said with a warm smile, Junior Sister Chen, you also want to take the test? Chen Yusin shook her head and smiled. I know myself, compared to last year, I shouldn't have made much progress. However, this Senior Brother, Yi wants to take the test. It's his first time. This is? Li Feng sized up Yi Chen and asked. Chen Yusin once again introduced Yi Chen. Sword Master? A trace of ridicule appeared on Li Feng's face as he said, your cultivation base at the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm is indeed not bad. However, the title of Sword Master is not something anyone can bear. If I were you, I would never give myself the title of Sword Master. Yi Chen said, the title of Sword Master is given by others. I merely accepted it. As for whether I can bear the title or not, it's not something you need to worry about. He, young and impetuous. Li Feng smiled, his eyes filled with disdain. Chen Yusin saw Li Feng's strange expression and changed the topic. Senior Brother Yi, didn't you want to take the test? Let's begin. All right. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Let me remind you, the exploding fruits in the exploding orchard will explode upon sensing life aura. You'd better be slow. Otherwise, when you come out, you'll be naked. Li Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest and said indifferently, Chapter 672, Second Senior Brother is right. The exploding fruit can sense life from hundreds of meters away. However, Each exploding fruit tree will explode in sequence. It's impossible for two exploding fruits to explode at the same time. If you can't avoid all of them, you can slow down a little. That way, you will have enough time to react. Chun Yusin didn't want Yi Chen's results to be too bad, so she told him some of the details. Actually, you don't have to tell me. Yi Chen loved challenges and finding his own rules. Before entering a dangerous place, no one would know what was inside. Everything was unknown, and it was precisely because everything was unknown that it could reflect a person's reaction and insight. Li Feng sneered. Junior Sister Chen, he doesn't even appreciate your kindness. Why do you need to do this? Perhaps he has the confidence to get a good result. Shut your mouth if you want to find trouble. Yi Chen no longer cared about the mockery from before, but he wasn't a clay figurine. Even if he was, he would still have some anger. Facing Li Feng's aggressiveness, Yi Chen glared at him coldly. His gaze caused Li Feng's body to go numb. He could still think, but he couldn't move his body. It was as if he was being locked on by the most dangerous creature. As long as he moved his body, he would suffer a destructive blow. Junior Sister Chun, help me open the drain, Yi Chen said to Chun Yusin. Okay. Chun Yusin was also frightened by Yi Chen. She could faintly feel that Yi Chen was 10 times more terrifying than she had imagined. Just now, Yi Chen was only targeting her second senior brother, Li Feng, but it made her feel as if her life was in danger. This was a subconscious feeling that couldn't be explained. The drain was opened, and water began to flow down. Swish! In a flash, Yi Chen turned into a blue light and disappeared into the exploding orchard. His starting speed was even faster than Li Feng's. So fast. Apart from Li Feng and Chun Yusin, the others didn't feel anything strange. They were astonished and furious that Yi Chen dared to tell their second senior brother to shut up. In any case, Li Feng was a disciple of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, while Yi Chen was an outsider. Between the two, they would naturally side with Li Feng. However, when they saw Yi Chen's speed, they were still astonished. What's the point of being fast? The exploding orchard tests one's reaction speed and perception. If you can't do either, being fast will only make you look worse. Not bad. He can come out within 400 scales. I will eat an exploding fruit. 400 scales is already a very good result. If it comes out within 500 scales, I'll eat 2 exploding fruits. You should know that many of us who took the test for the first time achieved more than 1,000 scales. Many disciples discussed among themselves, and most of them were not optimistic about Yi Chen's chances. Bastard! As soon as Yi Chen left, Li Feng immediately recovered from the numbness of his body. He felt that he had lost all face. Being told to shut up in front of Chun Yusin was tantamount to a direct humiliation. What he couldn't accept the most was that he was actually frightened by a single glance from the other party. He couldn't forgive himself, no matter what. The extreme humiliation made Li Feng's first thought not of Yi Chen's scariness, but the humiliation he had suffered. He glanced at Chun Yusin and said in a low voice, "Just wait and see. When the result comes out, he will know what it means to court humiliation." Chun Yusin said, "Second senior brother, you don't need to oppose him. No matter what, he is still a genius favored by the sect leader." Junior Sister Chen, why are you so partial to him? Li Feng's face revealed a dissatisfied expression. Chun Yusin sighed. She knew that Li Feng was currently in a fit of anger and wouldn't listen to anything she said. However, she could feel that Yi Chen's reputation wasn't undeserved. He was truly powerful. If it was as Grandpa Yu had said, second senior brother wouldn't be his opponent no matter what. Pung, 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 pung. The sounds of explosions were unceasing from near to far. Inside the exploding orchard, a faint shadow was shuttling through the flames. Every time he moved, he would travel 1 li. The flames could only chase after him and couldn't touch his body. And the source of these flames was actually fruits. The fruits were shot out from the trees. Following the trajectory of the flames, one could see that the trees were filled with fruits that looked like honeycombs. They were the size of wash basins. And from those holes, oval-shaped fruits were constantly shooting out. When they encountered powerful air currents or objects, they would immediately explode, creating layers upon layers of flames. Although Yichen couldn't release his soul power, his eyes were like an eagle's. The trajectories of the fruits were all imprinted in the depths of his pupils. Then, according to these trajectories, he would quickly calculate the safest path and pass through it with his fastest speed. Rumble! At least 100 fruits shot out from dozens of fruit trees in the surroundings. When they collided, the flames soared into the sky like mushrooms. However, at this critical moment, Yichen had already passed through the mushroom-shaped flames. Since he couldn't use Zhen Yuan, the flames were only a finger's distance away from burning his clothes. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. That exploding fruit tree ahead seems to be unusual. There was only one path in the orchard, and it was in the shape of a ring. The starting and ending points of the ring were the same. After running for about 1/3 of the way, an exploding fruit tree that was several times taller than ordinary exploding fruit trees appeared on the left side of the path. The exploding fruits on it were the size of a water jar, and the front was filled with densely packed holes. Each hole was the size of a fist. Puff, 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 puff. Sensing the life energy, the gigantic exploding fruit tree shot out fist-sized, oval-shaped fruits one after another. Although it was done in an orderly manner, the speed at which it shot out was too fast. One after another, they brought along a white wave of air. It's too dense. I can't go through it directly. Yichen didn't slow down. He pulled out the gold sword from his waist and waved it countless times. At least a dozen fruits were cut in half. Although he couldn't use Zhen Yuan, with the absolute speed of his sword, it was impossible for the fruits to touch Yichen. A pile of fruits that had been cut in half fell on the ground, but they didn't explode. Yichen's figure flickered as he passed through the rest of the exploding fruit trees. This exploding fruit orchard, indeed, has a set. Although it's only used to test reaction and perception, it still feels like a large-scale battle. In Yichen's eyes, the exploding fruit trees on both sides were like enemies. They wanted to attack him, and all he had to do was evade their attacks and reach the destination. It seemed simple, but once one got used to it, one's survivability would increase imperceptibly in a large-scale battle. Sometimes, even if one was scared stiff, one's body would subconsciously move. Yichen's guess wasn't wrong. The exploding fruit orchard's true purpose was to let the disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace adapt to large-scale battles and increase their survivability. This was something every 5th grade sect had to do. After all, large-scale battles were completely different from ordinary ones. Yichen's speed was extremely fast, and he didn't seem to slow down at all. When he was only a dozen li away from the destination, the rumbling sound of explosions reached everyone's ears. How is this possible? It's only 300 scales. He's actually a lot faster than second senior brother. They're not on the same level at all. Hearing the sound getting closer and closer, some people couldn't help but look at the scale. Immediately, they were all stupefied. Li Feng's face turned black as he tightly clenched his fists. Beside him, Chun Yusen sucked in a breath of cold air. She originally thought that in Yichen's first test, a passable result would already be pretty good. But how could she have imagined that not only was Yichen's result good, it even surpassed second senior brother's? According to the source of the sound, he would probably reach the destination after a few more scales and break second senior brother's record. Just as he expected, Yi Chun came out when the scale of the water hourglass reached 305. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in breaths resounded. 305 scales. Could it be that he didn't slow down at all? Impossible. If he didn't slow down, how could he pass through the net of exploding fruit trees? His whole body would be blown away. Clamorous discussions broke out. Senior Brother Yi, you've created a new record, 305 scales. Chun Yusin stared blankly for a moment, then greeted him with a smile. Yi Chun said, "Not bad. This exploding fruit orchard does have some tricks." Hee hee. Chun Yusin smiled bitterly. Only Yi Chun thought that the exploding fruit orchard had some tricks. They had given it their all, not daring to relax in the slightest. Haha, what a shameless fellow. Right at this moment, Li Feng's voice rang out. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked at Li Feng. "What did you say?" "I said you're shameless," Li Feng sneered. "In order to win, you actually used Zhen Yuan in the exploding fruit orchard. So what if you win?" Hearing these words, many disciples suddenly understood. That's right. Without using Zhen Yuan, how could he reach the finish line with only 305 scales? Immediately after, many people looked at Yi Chun in a different light. The exploding orchard only restricted soul power, not Zhen Yuan. Not allowing the use of Zhen Yuan was only an artificial restriction. Of course, in the past, no disciple of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, would use Zhen Yuan for the sake of a good result. After all, one's reaction speed, perception, and speed were all well known. Once upon a time, a disciple of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, used Zhen Yuan. Later on, it was discovered, and he was despised by everyone. Gradually, he was isolated. From then on, no one dared to do so again. However, Yi Chun was an outsider, so he might use Zhen Yuan. You have to take responsibility for your words. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Chun Yusin said anxiously, "Second senior brother." Li Feng coldly said, "Junior sister Chen, you're still speaking up for him. He's clearly cheating." "Whether I'm cheating or not, you'll know very soon. Do you dare to take one move from me?" Yi Chen decided to give his opponent an unforgettable lesson, letting him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hee hee, after cheating, you're angry from shame? All right, I'll take one move from you. Let's see what you can do to me. Although he said so, Li Feng didn't dare to look down on Yi Chun. Before Yi Chun took the test, he still remembered that glance. Therefore, he planned to go all out and make Yi Chun speechless. He didn't believe that he couldn't even take one move from Yi Chun. It should be known that even his eldest senior brother wouldn't dare to say he could win in one move. "Senior brother, Yi, be lenient." Chun Yusin knew that Yi Chun was furious. She vaguely felt that this time, her second senior brother would suffer miserably. She could only hope that Yi Chun wouldn't be too ruthless. Chun Yusin's words were still fine, but the moment she spoke, Li Feng immediately flew into a rage. He drew his long blade and glared at Yi Chun with killing intent. Chapter 673. "I know what I'm doing," Yi Chun said indifferently. "Come, Yi Chun." Li Feng was already prepared, circulating his Zhen Yuan to the limit. The long blade was covered in a layer of green light. Holding it in his hand, it felt light as if it was weightless. Yi Chun didn't draw his sword. Instead, he walked toward Li Feng step by step. The distance between each step was the same, as if he had measured it with a ruler. His gaze was looking down on Li Feng, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, unhindered by rain or shine, as if he was taking the enemy's head amidst thousands of soldiers and horses. Arrogant! Li Feng was infuriated by Yi Chun. The latter didn't draw his sword, nor did he take any stance. Instead, he just walked toward him. Could it be that he thought he was a fish on the chopping block? Polar wind killing blade. With a flicker of blade light, Li Feng directly pounced toward Yi Chun. The weightless long blade in his hand transformed into a green light screen. As the long blade danced, the surrounding dust and gravel were drawn over, as if two magnetic fields had gathered on the blade. When fighting with the enemy would be involuntarily pulled toward the blade, walking right into the trap. By relying on the uniqueness of the polar wind killing blade, Li Feng had defeated several masters with similar strength. This time, facing Yi Chun, he didn't hope to win. Instead, he hoped to remain undefeated and even make the latter suffer a little. Facing second senior brother, he actually didn't draw his sword. It's too late now. The spectating disciples said inwardly. Chun Yusin's brows creased. No one knew what she was thinking. Puff! A shocking scene occurred. Facing Li Feng's powerful blade, Yi Chun unexpectedly extended his index finger and pointed. It wasn't Void's shattering finger, but a pure finger. However, this finger contained a frightening destruction sword intent. Although Li Feng's long blade was inconceivably fast, it couldn't escape from this finger, and was directly pointed at the center of the blade. Pung! A huge force was transmitted through the saber to Li Feng's wrist. Suddenly, the saber flew out of his hand and spun in the air. In the next moment, Yi Chun instantly appeared in front of Li Feng. His finger pierced through Li Feng's protective Zhen Yuan like a hot knife through butter, ruthlessly pressing on his armor. Creak! The sound of metal twisting rang out. Li Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The green leather armor on his chest was completely shattered, and the inner armor had a clear fingerprint on it. The edges of the armor were slightly twisted. Li Feng suffered a crushing defeat with a single finger. Looking down at Li Feng from above, Yi Chun said indifferently, "You can't even block a single finger of mine. What qualifications do you have to question me?" The disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, were stupefied. Chun Yusin was stunned. As strong as second senior brother was, he could not even block one of Yi Chen's fingers. With one finger, the saber flew out and second senior brother fell to the ground. That feeling was like an adult poking a toddler who had just learned to walk. The toddler fell to the ground unwillingly, unable to resist. Second senior brother was struck down by a single finger? Is this true? How powerful is he exactly? Without drawing his sword, he defeated second senior brother with a single finger, and in one strike. At this moment, the disciples of Dragon God Celestial Palace were replaying a scene in their minds. Yi Chun leisurely strolling toward Li Feng. Under Li Feng's all-out attack, a single finger strike sent the saber flying and struck Li Feng's chest. Li Feng spurted a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chun Yusin covered her small mouth and let out a kitten-like whimper. Too powerful. Terrifyingly powerful. Grandpa Yu was right. In true spirit convent, he's a genius who stands above everyone. Even in Eastern Shallow Ocean, no one can compare to him. In front of him, we must be as childish as children, always thinking ourselves infallible. In Chun Yusin's eyes, Yi Chen's body seemed to be shining with radiance. It was so dazzling and eye-catching, like a sun god looking down on the second senior brother. Meanwhile, the second senior brother had already returned to his original form, looking like a firefly under the sun, dim and insignificant like a speck of dust. The gap is too big. Chun Yusin's gaze toward Yi Chun unknowingly carried a trace of worship. Even she herself didn't notice it. Impossible. This is impossible. Li Feng still couldn't believe that he had been defeated by a single finger. It was as if he was in a dream, a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Subconsciously looking around, he saw the dumbstruck expressions of the disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, and Chun Yusin looking at Yi Chun with worship in her eyes. Li Feng's lifeless expression gradually recovered, replaced by shame, anger, and resentment. His face had turned the color of a pig's liver, and the exclamations around his ears sounded like insults again and again. "Yi Chen, you're going too far," Li Feng roared. Yi Chen coldly looked at him. "I warned you to shut your mouth from the very beginning, unless you want to look for trouble. Unfortunately, you didn't take it seriously. You have only yourself to blame for falling into this state. What does it have to do with me? You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Bastard." Using his right palm as a blade, Li Feng chopped at Yi Chen. This palm contained his anger, and its might wasn't much weaker than when he used a blade. Unfortunately, Li Feng's movements were too slow for Yi Chen. Yi Chen only needed to hit the opponent before the latter could hit him. Pa! Not being polite at all, Yi Chen slapped Li Feng's forehead, directly knocking him out. Yi Chen would never show any mercy to this kind of person who didn't know what was good for him. Showing mercy was the same as slapping his own face. "Let's go." After doing all this, Yi Chen turned his head and said to Chen Yusen. Faintly nodding, Chen Yusen instructed a few disciples, "You guys quickly bring second senior brother to rest." Before leaving, she helplessly glanced at the fainted Li Feng, then stealthily glanced at Yi Chen, thinking to herself, "Senior brother, Yi looks very calm, but that's only when he's not angry. When he's angry, he's even more frightening than eldest brother." Riding the flying ship, the two turned around and flew into the distance. Only after the two left did the disciples dare to walk over and help Li Feng up. Second brother kicked an iron plate this time, provoking a fiend that he can't afford to provoke. Too frightening. Defeating second brother with one finger and knocking him out with one slap. Say, when second brother wakes up, will he go crazy? Don't talk so much. Honestly, I don't think second brother can do anything to Yi Chen. Blindly finding trouble with him will only make things worse. Although they didn't know much about Yi Chen, they had already listed Yi Chen as someone who couldn't be provoked. In the following days, Yi Chen didn't calm down and cultivate. It wasn't that he was slacking off, but in fact, he was already in a state where it was hard for him to make any progress. In terms of Zhen Yuan, his cultivation base was at the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm. If he wanted to reach late sea of Soul Realm, he would need a long time, at least a year and a half, and at most 3 to 5 years. In terms of profound martial skills, apart from Golden Hurricane, all his other profound martial skills had reached perfection. However, Golden Hurricane was a fusion of profound martial skills, and each step forward was extremely difficult. It should be known that perfection of Golden Hurricane was a high-grade profound martial skill, something that only life and death kings could comprehend. Wanting to comprehend it with a cultivation base of sea, of Soul Realm was naturally extremely difficult. Only a freak like Yi Chen could comprehend Golden Hurricane to 30 to 40%. In terms of Sword Soul, Destruction Sword Soul was already at the 5th step. Wanting to raise it further would be insatiable and unrealistic. As for Immortal Sword Soul, it required an opportunity, which couldn't be rushed. As for Defensive Sword Art, the second layer was already invincible. Yi Chen needed to consolidate his foundation and couldn't rush to breakthrough. On this day, Elder Yu suddenly came looking for Yi Chen, saying that he would bring Yi Chen to the treasury. On the way, Yi Chen told Elder Yu about teaching Li Feng a lesson. It wasn't that he felt he was being excessive, but he wanted Elder Yu to understand the situation lest something unpleasant happened. Elder Yu smiled. So be it. He deserved it. You being lenient is already giving him a lot of face. Elder Yu didn't take this matter to heart. In fact, even if he had some thoughts, what could he do? Yi Chen was a dragon god envoy, and his status was even higher than great elders. Soon, the two arrived at Dragon God, Celestial Palace's treasury. The management of the treasure vault was very strict. Even elder, you needed the Grand Elder's permission to enter. Entering the treasury, Yi Chen saw an astonishing number of artifacts. The treasury had a total of 4 floors. The first floor had low-grade artifacts, the second floor had mid-grade artifacts, and the third floor had upper-grade artifacts. The fourth floor didn't have any extreme grade artifacts, and only had 7-8 semi-extreme grade artifacts, as well as a few special upper-grade artifacts. You don't lack semi-extreme grade artifacts. This time, I brought you here to let you choose a chariot upper-grade artifact. Elder, you brought Yi Chen to a few chariots. Chariot? Sizing up the chariots before him, Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. This was the first time he had seen a chariot artifact. Elder, you said, ordinary sects compete in numbers and experts. However, 5th grade sects compete not only in numbers and experts, but also in other things. This chariot artifact was very popular in ancient times. A chariot can hold dozens of people, and if driven by Zhen Yuan, a protective cover will appear around the chariot, allowing the user to charge out. Of course, small-scale battles usually don't use chariots. I'm letting you choose a chariot just in case. Yi Chen's reputation as a dragon god envoy wasn't undeserved. If possible, Dragon God Celestial Palace would satisfy Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's battle strength was too high, and he didn't lack anything. Even a 5th grade sect couldn't give him too many useful things. Even if they gave him an extreme grade artifact, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to use it. Which one? Elder, you asked. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen said, I'll take this one. Elder, you followed Yi Chen's gaze and praised, good eyesight. This chariot is the best one, and the material is also very hard. The chariot Yi Chen had chosen was a dragon-headed chariot. The entire chariot was 10 meters long and 4 meters wide, with a total of 4 wheels. The wheels were covered with arm-thick spikes, engraved with golden vein patterns. One could easily imagine how many people would be crushed to death by the wheels of the chariot. The bottom of the chariot and its surroundings were coiled by a huge golden dragon. The dragon's head was at the front of the chariot, and its mouth was tightly shut as if it could open at any time. The dragon's eyes were 2 huge red gems, giving off a cold, merciless, and bloody aura. Elder, you said, this chariot is called Golden Dragon Chariot. Under the activation of Zhen Yuan, the dragon's head can open and spurt out blazing flames. Of course, you don't have to pour. You're Zhen Yuan. You can let others do it. Letting Yi Chen pour his Zhen Yuan would be a waste of Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan. It should be known that any casual attack of Yi Chen's was terrifying beyond belief. Chapter 674. Although the Golden Dragon War Chariot was only an upper-grade war chariot artifact, its effect far surpassed other semi-extreme grade artifacts. Just think about it. Inside the war chariot was equivalent to having an extra layer of protection. Moreover, it was not just one person, but dozens of people on the battlefield. An extra layer of protection was equivalent to an extra life, greatly increasing the chances of survival and the number of enemies they could kill, not to mention ordinary experts. Even an expert at the level of Yi Chen couldn't ignore the attacks of dozens of people. If he tried to resist, he would be courting death. Putting away the Golden Dragon War Chariot, the 2 left the treasury. Dragon God Envoy, we can set off in 3 days. At that time, there will be several core disciples and dozens of inner sect disciples following you. If possible, try to protect 1 or 2. Elder, you was very clear about how frightening Yi Chen, who had defeated Li Feng with a single finger, was. Even the great elder had said that Yi Chen's strength was not below his. With Yi Chen's protection, surviving 1 or 2 shouldn't be a problem. I'll try my best. Yi Chen nodded. Just try your best. This is a bottle of upper cleansing pellet. It can rapidly restore your Zhen Yuan with minimal side effects. Great Elder asked me to give it to you. Elder Yu took out a deep blue bottle from his storage ring and handed it over to Yi Chun. Taking over the bottle, Yi Chun opened the stopper and put his nose close to it. All of a sudden, an aroma that could make Zhen Yuan boil filled his nostrils. This was a bottle of semi-extreme rank pellets, which had very little side effects. In the market, pellets of this rank could not be sold at all. Only rank 5 martial schools would have them. Even then, they would only have a limited supply, which was extremely rare. Good pellet! Yi Chun put it away without any trace of politeness. 3 days later, early morning, Yi Chun arrived at the departure point, a majestic palace. On the roof of the palace, there was a statue of a flying dragon, which looked majestic and majestic. This hall was the teleportation hall, and it was connected to the 5 halls. Of course, unless it was a special situation, it was rare to see a single hall being teleported. After all, the teleportation stone door consumed top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones were very precious even in a rank 5 martial school, and one use meant one less. Normally, only a certain number of people would be able to teleport. Entering the palace, Yi Chun saw 5 conveyor gates in front of him. These 5 conveyor gates were much larger than ordinary ones. They were 10 meters wide and 20 meters tall and could instantly transport dozens to 100 people. On the left side of the first conveyor gate were all the members of Elders Association. On the right side were a dozen young disciples of Dragon God Celestial Palace. Among them was the 5th disciple, Chun Yusin, Dragon God Envoy. The first elder nodded. Yi Chun asked, "Are we leaving now?" "If there's nothing else, Dragon God Envoy, we can set off now." "In that case, let's go." "All right." The first elder cleared his throat and said to Chun Yusin and the other disciples, "This operation will be led by Dragon God Envoy. You have to listen to him. If you don't, you'll be punished according to sect rules. Let's go together now." The conveyor gate was very wide. Dozens of people walking side by side didn't feel crowded at all. At the moment of teleportation, the first elder's voice reached Yi Chen's ears. "Dragon God Envoy, I'll leave everything to you." Yi Chen's figure was already halfway into the whirlpool, and his faintly discernible voice came back. "Don't worry, wait for the good news." Buzz. The whirlpool fiercely revolved, and the figures of Yi Chun and the others completely disappeared. Outside the conveyor gate, Elder Yu sighed. "I hope they can return safely. Even if they fail, it doesn't matter. Don't say such depressing words. If they fail, the chances of them returning safely are very small. We can only wish them success." That's right, success is imminent. Not only did the teleportation gate in the teleportation hall look different from ordinary teleportation gates, but the details of teleportation were also different. Teleportation through ordinary teleportation gates was like entering a colorful passageway. Teleportation through the teleportation hall's teleportation gate was the same. However, the person being teleported through was enveloped in a bubble of primal chaos. Inside the bubble, the person could freely speak. "Senior brother Yi, this is my eldest senior brother Lin Songhai, and this is 8th junior brother Luo Yunsong." Chun Yusin introduced the 2 core disciples to Yi Chun. The one on the right had ordinary looks, but he was very young, looking gentle and elegant. The one on the left was much colder, expressionless, and a pair of cold star-like eyes flickered with a cold light like 2 rays of sword chi, extremely aggressive, giving people a feeling that their sharpness was too strong, and they couldn't suppress it no matter what. "Senior brother Yi." The gentle Luo Yunsong nodded toward Yi Chun. He had already heard about Yi Chun defeating second senior brother Li Feng, and he admired Yi Chun a lot. Now that Yi Chun was already the Dragon God envoy of Dragon God's Celestial Palace, and was about to become the deputy of Azure Dragon Hall, calling Yi Chun senior brother, Yi couldn't be more normal. Junior brother Luo. Yi Chun returned the greeting with a faint smile. Yi Chun. Lin Songhai raised his eyelids and looked at Yi Chun. He didn't call Yi Chun's senior brother Yi. As the head disciple of Dragon God's Celestial Palace, it was impossible for him to call someone else senior brother, even if Yi Chun's position was higher than his. Chun Yusin and Luo Yunsong both felt that this was normal, and so did Yi Chun. Otherwise, he wouldn't be used to being called senior brother. After all, Luo Yunsong and Chun Yusin were about the same age as him. On the other hand, Lin Songhai was much older than him, and was about the same age as the top 5 young tycoons. Yi Chun looked at Lin Songhai. Li Feng's skill is not good enough. I've let you see a joke. Lin Songhai's tone changed as he said, however, as his senior brother, I have to seek justice for him. Of course, I won't act rashly. With my style, I won't do such a reckless thing. Therefore, you can rest assured that I won't look for trouble with you. It's best if you think like this. Yi Chun knew a few things about Lin Songhai. If he was the sword master of True Spirit Continent, then Lin Songhai was one of the strongest candidates for the sword master of Eastern Shallow Ocean. Among sword artists, no one could compare to him. Lin Songhai continued, however, on the battlefield, I personally won't listen to orders. Moreover, Li Feng's justice cannot be denied. How about this? We'll decide based on the number of kills. Whoever kills, more will have the right to speak. Do you dare to compete with me? Competing based on the number of kills? Yi Chun faintly smiled and said non-committally, I don't care whether you listen or not, but if it affects others, even if you're the head disciple, I have the right to arrest you. I hope you understand this point. As for the number of kills, you can compete if you want. I don't care. So, you agree? Lin Songhai faintly creased his brows. Yi Chen's attitude made him somewhat dissatisfied. It seemed like the latter didn't take this matter too seriously. Let's just say so. Yi Chen didn't want to argue on this matter. Head disciple wants to compete with senior brother Yi on the number of kills. Chun Yusin and Luo Yunsong exchanged glances. They were somewhat looking forward to the scene. It would certainly be a shocking and spectacular sight. As for who would win and who would lose, they had no idea. Chapter 675. The Eastern Shallow Ocean was vast, almost 1/5 of True Spirit Continent. Dragon God's Celestial Palace was the most powerful force in the Eastern Shallow Ocean, so its territory was naturally the largest as well. Teleporting from the teleportation hall to the Azure Dragon Hall couldn't be done in an instant. A certain amount of time was required. On a huge island 15 million li away from the Dragon God Celestial Palace, towering buildings rose and fell one after another. These buildings were mostly cyan-colored. Looking down from the sky, they looked like the scales of an azure dragon, reflecting a unique radiance under the sunlight. All the buildings gathered together, looking like a coiling azure dragon. This island was called Azure Dragon Island, and the force on the island was precisely the head of the Dragon God Celestial Palace's 5 great halls, Azure Dragon Hall. Inside a palace in the core region of Azure Dragon Hall, the remaining 2 deputy leaders were waiting, accompanied by dozens of great attendants. Apart from the leader, all the higher-ups of Azure Dragon Hall had arrived, waiting for the new deputy leader of Dragon God Celestial Palace. They knew that this new deputy leader was certainly not ordinary, and might even be a hidden expert of Dragon God Celestial Palace. Therefore, they had to cooperate and give him sufficient attention. Brother Wu, who do you think the higher-ups will send this time? One of the deputy leaders asked the deputy next to him. The deputy, surnamed Wu, analyzed. Strength too low, not enough to convince the masses. Strength too high, not many. Could it be the eldest core disciple Lin Songhai, or the second disciple Li Feng? Lin Songhai's strength is enough, but one can't rely on personal strength in war. One must have a certain level of leadership. In this aspect, Lin Songhai is quite unique. As for Li Feng, honestly speaking, although he looks amiable on the surface, he's actually quite arrogant and condescending. If these two are impossible, then it should be an expert we don't know about. I think so too. They're coming. As the two spoke, the teleportation gate at the center of the palace lit up. Along with a whirlpool of light, dozens of figures appeared. Seeing the dozens of people in front of them, it would be impossible for them not to be astonished. They had thought of everything, except for the fact that they were all youngsters. The oldest among them was Lin Songhai, who seemed to be in his 30s. Lin Songhai, congratulations. Stunned for a moment, Vice Palace Master Wu revealed a smile. Although Lin Songhai was a loner and wasn't suitable to be a Vice Palace Master, since it was the will of the Elders Guild, they naturally wouldn't oppose it. Furthermore, leadership ability could be cultivated. Perhaps Lin Songhai would be able to adapt to the position of Vice Palace Master. Lin Songhai, we will be colleagues from now on. The other Vice Palace Master said with a smile. Lin Songhai was somewhat baffled by the two's words, but he was after all a perceptive person, and quickly understood, saying indifferently, I'm not. Chen Yusin hurriedly came to the rescue and said, You two have misunderstood. This is Senior Brother Yi Chen, who is about to take over as Vice Hall Master. This one is. The two Vice Hall Masters were a little embarrassed. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. They were used to being prejudiced by first impressions, coupled with the fact that they were all young people. They subconsciously ignored Yi Chen, who looked the youngest, and regarded Lin Songhai as the leader of the group of young people. After all, they only had time to glance at everyone's appearance. This one is Yi Chen. Yi Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The two's gazes converged on Yi Chen's body, inwardly saying, So young. Although Yi Chen was already 26 years old, due to his rapid cultivation-based advancement, he had entered astral-reaching realm only a year later than Xianhou, and entered Sea of Soul realm a year earlier than Xianhou. Therefore, he still looked to be in his early 20s. If one overlooked his aura, they would easily see him as a young genius who had just left home. However, they clearly wouldn't overlook Yi Chen's aura. If Lin Songhai was an unsheathed treasured sword, then Yi Chen was a peerless sword half unsheathed. He had a sharp edge, but was not overly ostentatious, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Good fellow. The two had been fighting with the experts of the four great forces for many years, so they were quite good at judging people. Lin Songhai's sharpness had indeed startled them, but Yi Chen's unfathomability made them even more apprehensive. This one is Wu Chuan, and this is Su Danian. The Vice Hall Master, surnamed Wu, introduced himself. Yi Chen faintly nodded and said, We're already aware of Azure Dragon Hall's situation. This time, we've come to settle this matter. Now, take us to Hall Master Wei Longtao. His Vice Hall Master's command token needed to be taken from the latter's hands. Otherwise, it wouldn't be justifiable. All right, come with me. Wu Chuan and Su Danian turned around and led Yi Chen and the rest out. Passing through the crowd, Yi Chen saw Yao Yifeng, who was the head attendant. However, Yao Yifeng's eyelids were drooping, pretending not to see Yi Chen. At this moment, Yao Yifeng's mind was in chaos as he mumbled to himself, How can it be him? How could he have become a Vice Hall Master? It's been less than 2 years. he can't possibly have the strength of a Vice Hall Master. Azure Dragon Hall's Vice Hall Master is already not much weaker than Yellow Dragon Hall's Zhang Zhengguang. Humph. His strength is definitely not that high. Sending him here is probably another trick from above, wanting him to temper himself. After Yao Yifeng arrived at Azure Dragon Hall, he was no longer clear about the matters of True Spirit Continent, nor did he know about Yi Chen's achievements in the past 2 years. Therefore, he believed that even if Yi Chen's strength had increased by a lot, it would still be impossible for him to reach the level of Azure Dragon Hall's Vice Hall Master. It should be known that Azure Dragon Hall was the head of the 5 Great Halls, and its average battle strength was much higher than the other 4 halls. Moreover, Yellow Dragon Hall was publicly acknowledged as the weakest. Only after Yi Chen walked out of the hall did Yao Yifeng raise his eyelids and coldly glanced at Yi Chen. The Azure Dragon Hall Master was a serious-looking middle-aged man. He wore a light green robe with an azure dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws embroidered on it. On his right thumb, there was an emerald green thumb ring. This thumb ring was extremely large, about the size of a wine cup. "Greetings, Hall Master Wei." Yi Chen, Lin Songhai, and the rest spoke. Wei Longtao sized up Yi Chen with a doubtful gaze. He had already recognized Yi Chen as the genius favored by Palace Master Dragon King. However, the latter's cultivation base was merely at the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm. Even if his aura seemed a bit deep and immeasurable, he shouldn't be able to suppress Lin Songhai and become the person in charge this time. As for the matters of True Spirit Continent, he had long since stopped caring about them. Being able to recognize Yi Chen at a glance meant that he was paying enough attention. "This is your Vice Hall Master's command token." Wei Longtao didn't say anything else and took out a little Azure Dragon Command token from his storage ring. He exerted a bit of force and threw it toward Yi Chen. Receiving the little Azure Dragon Command token, Yi Chen casually glanced at it before putting it away in his storage ring. Wei Longtao then said, "Lin Songhai, Chen Yusen, Luo Yunsong, I appoint you 3 as head attendants. You'll listen to Yi Chen's command. The rest will all be battle attendants, also under Yi Chen's command." The position of head attendants in Azure Dragon Hall was second only to the Vice Hall Master, and battle attendants were usually Sea of Soul Realm Dallists, although only Yi Chen's group of 4 had Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, and the rest were late astral reaching realm. The disciples of Dragon God Celestial Palace couldn't be compared to ordinary members of Azure Dragon Hall. Giving them the status of battle attendants wasn't excessive. In any case, they were only here to temper themselves and wouldn't stay for long. Yes, Lin, Songhai, Chen Yusen, and the rest didn't have any objections. Hall Master Wei, deputy whose troops were almost completely annihilated. Only a dozen or so people remain. I'll need to reorganize them. Yi Chen said, "You don't need to worry about this. The new troops have already been gathered. Altogether, 350 people, 40 Sea of Soul Realm, and 310 Astral Reaching Realm. You can rest for today. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to tell them to wait at the drill ground. You can get to know them then." All right, then Yi Chen will take his leave first. Yi Chen's group left. Once Yi Chen and the rest left, Wei Longtao creased his brows. Could it be that the higher-ups think that sending 1 Yi Chen and 3 core disciples can solve the problem? He didn't understand. The next day, in the morning, on the east side of the drill ground, 350 people were gathered. Standing at the front were 40 people, all of whom had Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. Among them, there were even 4 late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, consisting of 1 woman and 3 men. "Hey, what kind of person do you think the new deputy is?" A middle-aged woman with an enchanting figure stretched her back and chuckled. The robust man beside the middle-aged woman said, "It'd be best if he's stronger than us." Otherwise, I won't accept it. You can rest assured. The higher-ups can't possibly send someone weaker than you. At the very least, he should be at the same level as Deputy. Who? No, he should be much stronger than Deputy. Who? Otherwise, there would be no need for the higher-ups to send someone. They could just directly pick someone from the Azure Dragon Hall. The middle-aged scholar with a long beard shook his head. The middle-aged woman guessed, "Perhaps there's a traitor in the upper echelons of the Azure Dragon Hall. That's why the higher-ups personally sent someone." You'll all be disappointed. I know the new deputy. He's not as strong as you think. Moreover, he's a bit selfish and doesn't care about consequences. The last of the four said, "You know him? Yao Yifeng." The middle-aged woman revealed an astonished expression. Yao Yifeng was about to speak, but suddenly shut his mouth. In his line of sight, the blue-robed Yi Chen was leading a group of Dragon God, Celestial Palace disciples. Lin Sanhai wasn't among them. "Senior brother, Yi, eldest senior brother, is just like this. Don't mind him too much." Chun Yusin was still explaining Lin Sanhai's actions. Yi Chen said, "You don't need to worry. I've already said that he can disobey my orders as long as it doesn't affect others." Yi Chen's objective this time was to help Azure Dragon Hall salvage the situation. Whether Lin Sanhai listened or not had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't be bothered to care. In any case, it didn't matter if Lin Sanhai's strength was no weaker than the second elders. Of course, if they suffered losses because of him, he couldn't be blamed. Chapter 676. This is the new deputy. Including the middle-aged woman, everyone was flabbergasted. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like he was in his early 20s. His real age should be around 26 or 27. Such a young man was unexpectedly the newly appointed deputy, which somewhat caught them off guard. What the hell are the higher-ups doing? Sending a brat over. His cultivation base is not bad, but it's not at the level of deputy. Letting a brat lead us will only lead us to a quick death. Even if I offend him, I'll make him understand. Let's observe the situation first. Perhaps there's a mistake. Everyone discussed spiritedly through Zhen Yuan transmission. Yao Yifeng sneered, waiting for Yi Chun to make a fool of himself. This was not the headquarters, where everyone was thinking about how to preserve their lives. A deputy who wasn't strong enough wouldn't be able to obtain everyone's support. If Yi Chen didn't display sufficient strength, he wouldn't be able to sit firmly in his position, even if he was sent by the higher-ups. The drill ground was huge, and a gale was blowing fiercely. Yi Chen walked 30 steps in front of the crowd and stopped. Chun Yusin and the rest consciously moved to the side, forming the second camp. Slightly raising his head, Yi Chen's gaze swept around. When he passed by Yao Yifeng, he didn't deliberately stop, letting nature take its course. This formation was not bad, not counting Chun Yusin and the rest among the 40 Sea of Soul Realm experts, for had late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, 15 had mid Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, and 21 had early Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. Such a powerful force had already surpassed peak 6th grade sections. Any 6th grade sect would not be their opponent, and they would be able to sweep through them. "I'm called Yi Chun, the new deputy. I believe you have a lot to say, so say it now. I won't look into your words and deeds, but if you don't speak now, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future." Yi Chun knew that his prestige was still not enough, and these people would definitely not listen to him. Therefore, he had to solve this problem once and for all, in case something went wrong in the future. With his power, if he could not even solve this problem, then he could just leave. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect Yi Chen to be so straightforward. The middle-aged woman cleared her throat and said, "Deputy Palace Lord Yi, I'm Xing Meiyan." I'd like to ask, how old are you? 26. Yi Chun replied. So young. Although they didn't want to accept Yi Chun as the deputy, Yi Chen's talent was enough to make them sigh in admiration. After all, having a cultivation base at the peak of mid-sea of Seoul realm at the age of 26 was simply unheard of in the eastern shallow ocean. It was no wonder that the higher-ups had sent him. Unfortunately, they were all people who lived on the edge of a blade. How to live longer was what they should think about, and not the talent of others. With all due respect, you are too young. You may not be able to lead us to success. Yi Chun was, after all, a deputy sent by the higher-ups. Therefore, the person who spoke had to weigh his words as much as possible. He didn't directly mention that Yi Chen's strength was insufficient, but rather his leadership ability. At the very least, it would look better on his face. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved. With all due respect, age is not a problem. Only mediocre people lack confidence because of age. I have never lacked confidence. Relying on confidence alone is not enough. Xing Meilian continued the other's words. Yi Chun shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't give you a satisfactory answer at the moment. A leader's ability can only be displayed in battle. Now, you'd better speak your mind. If you don't, you won't have another chance. Senior Brother Yi is indeed Senior Brother Yi. His words are watertight, and nobody can find any flaws. Among the people of the same generation as Chun Yusin, no one could compare to Yi Chun. He didn't need to rely on his aura to suppress others, nor did he need to rely on his status. He relied on his calm mind and watertight words. Is this Brett really only 26 years old? Xing Meilian stared at Yi Chun with a strange expression. She had to admit that Yi Chun was gradually gaining the initiative. However, this alone wasn't enough. The key was whether he had the strength or not. Without strength, it was all nonsense. The muscular man beside Xing Meilian couldn't help but say, as a deputy of the Azure Dragon Hall, other than leadership ability, you must also have personal strength. I hope you understand this point. Yi Chun asked back, then what kind of strength do you think is needed to reach the standard? This. The muscular man was stunned for a moment before he said, the previous deputy could defeat me in 3 moves. Now that he's dead, you need to defeat me in at least 2 moves. The muscular man wasn't purposely making things difficult for Yi Chun. Previously, when he fought with Deputy, it was just a sparring session. Otherwise, 1 or 2 moves would have been enough to defeat him. Now, he wanted Yi Chun to defeat him in 2 moves, which had already reduced the difficulty by a lot. Sure, you make the first move. Yi Chun was already prepared for this. In the end, the only thing that everyone was worried about was that he wasn't strong enough. This was what they wanted to say. Be careful. The muscular man's weapon was a giant axe. He slowly walked out of the group and stood 20 steps in front of Yi Chun. With a low roar, his body was like a small mountain pressing down on Yi Chun. The violent wind was enough to flatten a large building. When he was 10 steps away from Yi Chun, he raised his giant axe and chopped down. The dark yellow axe aura formed an arc because of its extreme speed. Shaking his head, Yi Chun pointed his finger. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Seeing Yi Chun fighting with only 1 finger, everyone frowned. Yao Yifeng even sneered. This muscular man was called Jiang Hanliang. Although he was weaker than him, he wasn't that much weaker. Plus, his weapon was a giant axe, which had a powerful attack power. Even if an expert at the same level used a weapon, they might not be able to win, not to mention a finger. Only Chun Yusin was not surprised. She had seen Yi Chun defeat her second senior brotherly foe with only 1 finger. Jiang Hanliang was obviously angrier. He pushed his strength to the limit and chopped out with his axe. The wind and clouds changed. Lose. The axe soon arrived in front of Yi Chun. Creak! Yi Chen's finger and the axe aura collided. Shockingly, this indestructible axe aura immediately fell apart when it came into contact with Yi Chen's finger. It was as fragile as tofu. Then, the tip of his finger touched the giant axe's blade. The axe's blade quickly twisted and curled, making a teeth-aching metal sound. Bang! Finally, Jiang Hanliang could no longer hold the giant axe. His hand loosened, and the axe flew out, smashing a huge pit in the drill ground. As for Jiang Hanliang himself, he was one step slower than the giant axe. He was also sent flying, crashing into the crowd. How did he get here, and how did he go back? I wonder if you guys are satisfied with my strength. Since they didn't have enough prestige, Yi Chun needed to teach them a lesson. He was glad that someone came to find trouble with him. I'm not talented, but I'm here to learn from you. The middle-aged scholar on Xing Melian's right walked out. Yi Chen's strength was actually no weaker than Vice Leader, who, however, it was still not enough. One had to know that Vice Leader, who had died under the siege of the four major forces. What was the point of sending someone with strength similar to Vice Leader, who? Speed and Qinggong are my advantages. The middle-aged scholar reminded Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded. Be careful, 100 changes of gale. The middle-aged scholar mainly cultivated the wind profound, and his movement technique had fused with the wind profound. His entire body had already lost its form, leaving behind only a formless gale. The gale was everywhere, fiercely attacking Yi Chun from every direction. It seemed as if 100 phantoms were attacking Yi Chun. This time, he definitely won't be able to finish the battle in a few moves. Yao Yifeng thought. The middle-aged scholar was called Yen Quan. In terms of movement technique, there were very few people who could match him. Even the leader of the Azure Dragon, Hall, might not be able to beat him. It should be known that among all the martial arts, movement technique was the hardest to integrate into profound, not to mention Yen Quan, who had studied profound movement technique to such a degree. Yi Chun smiled lightly. He did not need to compete in speed. Of course, if he were to compete in speed, he would be 5 streets ahead of him. But that would still not be enough to convince the crowd. Therefore, he only wanted to compete in observation and accuracy. Without even looking, he put up his right index and middle finger and waved it in a slanted manner. Puff! Yen Quan seemed to have been knocked out of the void. Blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. The clothes on his chest were torn, revealing the inner armor inside. With one finger, Yen Quan's Qinggong was immediately broken. It was an understatement. The wind was gentle. Hiss! Xing Melian sucked in a breath of cold air. She couldn't be any clearer about how powerful Yen Quan's movement technique was. There might be people in Azure Dragon Hall who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but there was absolutely no one who could surpass him. However, Yen Quan, who had such a high movement technique, couldn't even receive a single finger from Yi Chun. I accept it wholeheartedly. Yen Quan landed on the ground and said sincerely, Good, who else doesn't accept it? Yi Chun scanned around with his eyes. I'm convinced. After the shock, Xing Melian revealed an enticing smile. This was the first time she had seen such an outstanding youngster. He was only 26 years old, and his future path was bound to be glorious if she could establish a relationship with him. Even if she didn't have a meteoric rise, she would at least be taken care of. Why did they join the Azure Dragon Hall? It was to earn contribution points and obtain more resources. If she relied on herself, she could indeed obtain resources, but it might not be a lot, and it might not be what she wanted. However, Dragon God Celestial Palace was a peak 5th grade sect with abundant resources that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Whether she could advance further or not, she could only do so Moreover, even if she didn't think for herself, she had to think for her family. Within the vast territory of Dragon God's celestial palace, there were thousands of families, and their family was one of them. Damn it! How can this guy be so powerful? Yao Yifeng tightly clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt that the situation was out of his control. Slowly loosening his fists, an obscure cold light flickered in his eyes. Since that's the case, don't blame me, deputy, who will accompany you down there. Since no one speaks, it means there's no problem. However, I'll say the ugly words first. My orders must be obeyed by everyone. If you don't blame me for not giving you any face. Yi Chen's brows rose. His entire aura was like an unsheathed sword. The aura of destruction made everyone feel as if the end of the world had arrived. 10,000 swords pierced their bodies, making them feel numb. His strength is far more than this. Xing Melian held her breath. She realized that she had still underestimated Yi Chen. All right, who's willing to take me to understand the surrounding situation? Retracting his aura, Yi Chen asked. Xing Melian hesitated. Me. Yi Chen nodded his head. Everyone else dismissed. He continued to apologize to everyone. Seeing the scolding in the comments section, Taishu also knew that he was in the wrong. He would like to say that the typhoon blew for 2 days, the electricity was cut off for 1 day, and the internet was cut off for 2.5 days. Originally, he was ready to erupt, but in the end, it was messed up, causing his passion to slowly fade away. He was depressed and in a bad state of mind. Hence, 2 days after the typhoon, he stopped updating. Taishu dared to say that none of the reasons he gave in the past were fake. Without a reason, Taishu would irresponsibly stop updating. This was what Taishu felt guilty about. Everyone can scold Taishu for updating rubbish, but please don't scold liars. Because Taishu had never done that before. No matter what, if you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Hence, Taishu would like to apologize to everyone. Also, because he had previously released a single chapter, Taishu could not avoid breaking the chapters. However, Taishu would try his best to write more when he could, so that the total word count wouldn't be too low after a month. Taishu had said that he would make up for the missing chapters. Today, he was starting to feel that way. With 2 chapters per day, there should be 60 chapters per month. From this month onwards, Taishu will strive to update 55 chapters per month. No one would treat a typhoon as a joke, so please don't think that Taishu was joking. This was a joke that Taishu could not afford to make. Finally, I would like to thank all my brothers and sisters for their support and understanding. Taishu was indeed unreliable at times, but Taishu always wanted to write well and write more. But this book, how should I put it? There were too many ideas. Sometimes, just for a name, it would take half a day to think about it. In order to be unique, it would take a lot of brain power. Of course, Taishu could understand the feelings of his brothers and sisters. Waiting for more chapters was not easy either. After saying so much nonsense, it was quite mentally taxing. Let's just leave it at that. I can't help but thank them again. I realized that I don't know how lucky I am. Chapter 677, Azure Dragon Hall, was the first line of defense against the 4 hostile forces. Black Dragon Hall was 5 million li to the left, and Red Dragon Hall was 7 million li to the right. They could be considered the second line of defense. White Dragon Hall was in the middle of the 3 halls, and Dragon God, Celestial Palace, the last line of defense. Usually, it would provide support to the 3 halls. In front of Azure Dragon Hall, there were 3 scout islands every 100,000 li. These 3 islands were arranged in a fan shape and were quite far from each other. Generally speaking, a scout island would have 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts overseeing it and 20 astral reaching experts. They didn't need to do anything other than patrolling twice a day. The rest of the time would be spent either cultivating or searching for nearby resources. After all, the ocean had always been rich in resources, some of which couldn't be found on the continent. Moreover, they would receive a bountiful amount of spirit stones and medicinal pellets every month. 100,000 li had 3 scout islands, and 300,000 li would make 9, all of which were located in the periphery of Blood Battle Ocean. Blood Battle Ocean was located at the border of Dragon God Celestial Palace and the 4 hostile forces. From east to west, it was more than 23 million li, and from south to north, it was more than 4 million li. Blood Battle Ocean could be said to be the place with the richest resources in the eastern shallow ocean. There were thousands of large islands, hundreds of thousands of medium islands, and innumerable small islands, comparable to the stars in the sky. Blood Battle Ocean has already discovered more than 3,000 spirit veins. 1,000 are under our Dragon God Celestial Palace's control, while the other 2,000 have been divided among the 4 hostile forces. Xing Melian led Yi Chun as they flew around the periphery of Blood Battle Ocean and introduced 1,000. Yi Chun inwardly clicked his tongue. He didn't think that all of them were low-grade spirit veins. There were surely mid-grade spirit veins, and even upper-grade ones. Xing Melian saw Yi Chun's expression and explained, 1,000 sounds like a lot, but it's actually not much compared to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. My Dragon God Celestial Palace has a population of 1,200,000. Among them, 500,000 are at the Qi condensation realm, 350,000 are at the condensing reality realm, 150,000 are at the clasping yuan realm, 30,000 are at the astral reaching realm, and 2,000 are at the Sea of Soul realm. Once a warrior reached the condensing reality realm, he would need soul stones to train. Even if one person needed 100 low-rank soul stones a year, just the condensing reality realm warriors would need 35 million low-rank soul stones. Adding the clasping yuan realm warriors, it would need at least 300 million, maybe even 500 million. At the astral reaching realm, one would need mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation, and the consumption would be more than 10 million. In fact, mid-grade spirit stones were the most insufficient because at this level, one would have to pay them a salary, ranging from 100 per month to a few thousand per month. Adding it all up, it would be more than 100 or 200 million. If they already have so many in 1 year, then after 10 years, the amount of spirit stones consumed would be terrifying. Furthermore, it's impossible for a sect to not have a large reserve of spirit stones. Generally speaking, it's normal for a sect to have 50 years' worth of spirit stones, especially for a 5th grade sect. Yi Chun faintly nodded. He already had a good understanding of Dragon God Celestial Palace. The difference between a 5th grade sect and a 6th grade sect was like the difference between life and death realm and Sea of Soul realm. Although it seemed like a difference of 1 grade, it was actually like the difference between heaven and earth. On the other hand, the difference between a 6th grade sect and a lower grade sect was like the difference between Sea of Soul realm and astral reaching realm. Take Yi family, for example. Because of Yi Chun, many people had joined Yi family. At present, Yi family had 5,000 Qi realm disciples, 2,000 condensing reality realm disciples, several hundred clasping yuan realm disciples, and only a few astral reaching realm disciples. It was simply incomparable to a 5th grade sect, and the amount of spirit stones consumed was also incomparable. It was like a drop in the ocean. Although having a big family business was glorious, its burden was also huge. It was easy for problems to arise, and the biggest problem was the problem of resources. As one of the top 5th grade sects, the burden of Dragon God Celestial Palace was needless to say. Xing Melian continued, in the past, among these 3,000 spirit veins, my Dragon God Celestial Palace occupied 1,200. But in the past few years, 200 veins have been seized by the 4 hostile forces. The 2 passed by many islands on the way. On these islands, one could often see the mining workers of Dragon God Celestial Palace. Dragon God Celestial Palace and the 4 hostile forces had an agreement that the mining workers on the islands were not to be harmed. They were only mining resources, and it wouldn't affect either side. In the distance, the 2 saw a huge island. It was extremely barren, with strange rocks everywhere. The surface of the rocks had a faint metallic luster. Xing Melian said, "This island is rich in black veined iron, which can be smelted into black veined iron. It's one of the best metals for forging top-notch weapons, and 1,000 gene of black veined iron can be refined into 1 gene of black veined iron. Black veined iron is a kind of material for forging low-grade artifacts. It's extremely precious. My Dragon God Celestial Palace has artifact forgers who forge a large number of artifacts for the palace every year. A portion is left in the palace, and the rest is sold for spirit stones. This is also one of the income of a 5th grade sect." Artifact forgers? This was the first time Yi Chun had heard of this title. Xing Melian brushed the hair on her forehead and said with a smile, "In ancient times, there were many ways to forge artifacts, but now most of them have been lost. Only a small portion of 5th grade sects have them, and my Dragon God Celestial Palace is one of them. Otherwise, how could there be so many artifacts in the continent and the 4 shallow oceans? You should know that artifacts also have their own durability. Artifacts from too long ago simply can't be passed down." You're right. Yi Chen's knowledge had been broadened. Selling artifacts can be said to be one of the biggest sources of income, second only to mining spirit veins. Therefore, the value of some rare metals is not below spirit stones. Some metals that can be used to forge upper-grade artifacts are even more valuable than upper-grade spirit stones of the same weight. Look, this island is rich in scarlet fire iron ores. Scarlet fire iron is even more valuable than black veined iron. The refined scarlet fire iron contains fire-attributed energy, which can increase the offensive and fire attack of artifacts. Unfortunately, only 10,000 gene of scarlet fire iron can be refined into 1 gene of scarlet fire iron. In the past, Yi Chun only knew that the most important resources were spirit stones, pellets, or herbs. But now, he knew that apart from spirit stones and pellets, rare metals were also precious resources. Perhaps ordinary sects wouldn't be able to use them, but they could be sold to 5th grade sections. Apart from rare metals, gems were also a kind of resource. Some gems contained powerful energy and could be used as spirit stones or embedded in artifacts to increase offensive or defensive power. In short, there were all kinds of resources. The higher the grade of a sect, the more resources they required, and the more complex they were. Up ahead is the edge of the Blood Battle Ocean's core region. We might run into a large number of hostile forces. It's best not to go too deep. After traveling for 200,000 li, Xing Melian looked around and said to Yi Chun with a hesitant expression, "It's all right. You continue to take me around. I don't know much about the Blood Battle Ocean's situation and the resources occupied by Dragon God Celestial Palace. It's necessary to clarify. As the deputy of Azure Dragon Hall, if he didn't know the resources occupied by Dragon God Celestial Palace, he wouldn't be qualified. As for encountering hostile forces, even if he couldn't win, he could easily escape. Moreover, without a certain number of people, it was hard to say who would kill who." This Xing Melian regretted inwardly. Had she known earlier that Yi Chun was so curious, she wouldn't have volunteered. It should be known that the Blood Battle Ocean was different from other places. Either they didn't run into any enemies, or if they did, it would be in groups of at least dozens. Moreover, there were only two of them. Once they were surrounded, they wouldn't be able to escape. When the earth-shattering attacks arrived, they would be blasted into pieces in an instant. If I say it's all right, then it's all right. Don't worry. He had encountered several grave dangers, such as being chased by the 5 great experts in the blood demon battlefield, narrowly escaping with his life, and being chased by countless vicious beasts in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. In comparison, as long as it wasn't a full-scale war, a small-scale war couldn't be considered dangerous. All right then, let's agree if anything goes wrong, we'll immediately retreat. Xing Melian said, helplessly. Yichen chuckled. I value my life more than you do. That's true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived until now. Xing Melian herself could be considered a genius. Geniuses seemed to have a dazzling halo, but the dangers geniuses encountered were not something ordinary people could imagine. Since they were geniuses, they had to think of every possible way to increase their strength. They couldn't just muddle through. Thus, some dangerous ruins couldn't lack the shadows of geniuses. In short, talent was important, opportunity was important, and tempering was equally important. Ahead is the Black Smoke Island, where all kinds of gems are dug up. Among them, the most famous are the Black Smoke Gem, Double Star Gem, and Fish Scale Gem. Because of this island, my dragon god Celestial Palace and the 4 great forces have engaged in dozens of battles in the past 2 years. Each time, many people died. Fortunately, this island is still under our control. Xing Melian didn't dare to relax too much. She released her soul power from time to time, scanning the surroundings. 500 to 600 li away, on an island, a group of experts with black octopus embroidered on their robes were entrenched here. With a rough glance, there were no less than 30 of them, 6 of them at sea of Soul Realm, and 24 at Astral Reaching Realm. Head attendant. Suddenly, a figure flew toward the island. With a few flickers, he appeared at the center of the island. His face was filled with excitement, as if he had some good news. What's the matter? The fierce-looking man, who was resting, raised his head. Head attendant, there are 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, near the island. One is a beautiful woman, and the other is a young man. The newcomer promptly said, Beautiful woman. The fierce-looking man grinned, revealing an ugly smile. He was the head attendant of Black King Gate. He had 2 hobbies, killing and beauties. Among beauties, the one he liked the most was the charming woman. This kind of woman was the most enjoyable to play with, not to mention a lone Sea of Soul Realm expert. Did you send a spirit beast to track them? The fierce-looking man asked. Of course. The spirit beast of Black King Gate was a black octopus. In fact, the sect leader was a black octopus that had cultivated into a beast king. Therefore, black octopuses were spirit beasts of Black King Gate. Once a black octopus advanced to Sea of Soul Realm, its status would be even higher than a human of the same realm. Let's go. It's been a long time since I've killed someone. The fierce-looking man suddenly stood up, overflowing with killing intent. Ha! 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts? Won't it be a piece of cake? We have 6 on our side. The others were also excited. Sea of Soul Realm experts were not cabbages. Killing one would be one less. When they returned to the sect, they would be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 678. The Black Smoke Gem was a kind of translucent gem that emitted black chi. The Double Star Gem had 2 energy cores and was the one with the most abundant energy. As for the Fish Scale Gem, it was just like its name, somewhat similar to a fish scale. This kind of gem could increase the defensive power of defensive armors. Unfortunately, the majority of the gems produced on this island were low-grade gems, with few mid-grade gems and almost no upper-grade gems. Even so, the Dragon God Celestial Palace and the 4 enemy forces still attached great importance to this place. After all, only with a large amount of gems could they forge even better artifacts, which could greatly increase the disciples' survivability. The higher the survivability, the higher the chances of breaking through to the next realm. This was a virtuous cycle. On the island, Yichen gently smashed a huge boulder. Amidst the smoke and dust, a gem emitting black chi fell down, sparkling brightly. Reaching out his hand, the gem landed on his hand. It was a bit prickly to the touch, not as smooth as its surface. Your luck is not bad, being able to obtain a mid-grade black smoke gem so casually. Xing Melian tenderly laughed. Her plump waist and perfectly round buttocks twisted, looking exceptionally alluring. Yichen faintly smiled, but his brows suddenly creased. "What's wrong?" Xing Melian observed his expression and asked, "Someone's coming. Don't tell me it's the enemy forces?" Xing Melian's complexion changed. She tried her best to release her soul power, but the incoming people were too far away. More than 100 li, she couldn't detect them. Her Zhen Yuan suddenly circulated to the limit as she said to Yi Chun in a fluster, "Still 100 li away? Let's go quickly." Yi Chun shook his head and said, "No rush, they don't have many people." "You're not lying to me?" For some reason, Xing Melian felt that his so-called not much and her own not much were vastly different. "Even if I'm lying to you, we can't get rid of them." Yi Chun looked indifferent. Hearing these words, Xing Melian operated her Zhen Yuan and sharpened her eyesight to the limit. In her line of sight, there were 10 enemies in each of the 3 directions. Among the 10, there were 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts. The lowest cultivation base was Mid-Sea of Soul Realm, while the highest was Peak Late Sea of Soul Realm. These people were only 100 li away from them, and would arrive in 10 breaths' time. Moreover, their clothes were embroidered with black octopus patterns. "It's the Black King Gate." Xing Melian's face was pale. The Black King sect was a mixed sect of black octopuses and humans. With the human experts of the Black King sect, there would basically be 9th grade or even 10th grade black octopuses. These black octopuses were not ordinary ones, but the royal race of black octopuses. They were commonly known as Black Kings, and the Black King sect was named after the royal race of black octopuses. 6 Sea of Soul Realm experts, 24 astral reaching experts, and an unknown number of 9th grade and 10th grade black octopuses. This was a very powerful force. The most infuriating thing was that Yi Chun didn't seem to care at all. They must have used the black octopuses as informants to figure out our whereabouts. Then, they circled behind us, making it impossible for us to escape according to our original path. If we flee forward, we'll only go deeper and deeper into the core of Blood Battle Ocean, and it'll be easier for us to encounter more enemies. Xing Melian looked at Yi Chun, wanting to hear his opinion. After all, the only person she could rely on was Yi Chun. Yi Chun said, "How many contribution points would we get from killing 6 Sea of Soul Realm experts?" Xing Melian didn't know what Yi Chun was thinking, so she replied, "Killing an astral reaching expert is 50 contribution points. Sea of Soul Realm expert is 1,000. Sea of Soul Realm expert is 3,000. And head attendant is 5,000. If my guess is correct, among these 6 Sea of Soul Realm experts, there's 1 head attendant, 2 battle attendants, and 3 ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Altogether, it's 14,000 contribution points, which can be exchanged for a peak upper grade offensive artifact and a defensive artifact. Of course, it can also be exchanged for other things. You're not thinking of killing them, are you?" Xing Melian reacted and looked at Yi Chun in astonishment. "How are we going to split it between 2 people?" Yi Chun asked again. Xing Melian couldn't tell if Yi Chun was arrogant or just full of confidence. She said resentfully, "Dragon God Celestial Palace has a clear distribution. If the enemies are killed by everyone, the deputy's share is twice that of head attendant, and 4 times that of battle attendants. In other words, you get 80%, and I get 20%. 20% is also not a small amount. Yichen didn't explain much. His right hand reached toward his waist and grasped the Thunder Disaster Sword's hilt. Clang! The Thunder Disaster Sword was unsheathed, and like a deep blue lightning, it expanded and contracted indefinitely. The instant he unsheathed the sword, the nearest enemies were already less than 30 li away from them. "Ha ha, you can't escape." One of the bald men laughed heartily. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, and his eyes revealed the expression of a cat toying with a mouse. "The ones who can't escape are you." Holding the Thunder Disaster Sword in his right hand, Yichen casually waved it. All of a sudden, the sky in front of him darkened, and a black crescent sword chi swallowed the bald man and the 11 people behind him like a crack in the darkness that could devour all light, carrying an endless destruction intent. Puff! There was no blood splashing. These 12 people didn't even make a sound before directly disintegrating into ashes, leaving behind only a few upper-grade artifacts and 12 storage rings. As for the mid-grade artifacts held by the astral-reaching experts, they were all disintegrated just like their owners. One sword strike killed 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts and 8 astral-reaching experts. What? Xing Melian's face turned pale with fright. Before this, she already knew that Yi Chen's strength was extremely high and could instantly kill the majority of Sea of Soul Realm masters. However, killing 1 and killing 12 were 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, it was 30 li away. Xing Melian was astonished, but the remaining 20 people of the Black King sect were even more astonished. That bald man was a battle attendant of the Black King sect. From 30 li away, even some famous Sea of Soul Master Realm experts couldn't kill him in a second, let alone 10. Not good. Everyone gathered together and attacked together. The fierce-looking man's face turned grave as he shouted, "Shwa, shwa, shwa, shwa." Streams of light flickered as the remaining 2 groups converged. Below, 2 huge black octopuses shot up, their demonic power covering the sky and covering the sun. They were countless times more powerful than Sea of Soul Realm experts of the same level. Merely in terms of the energy they contained, even 10 peak Sea of Soul Realm experts might not be able to compare to a 10th grade black octopus. 4 Sea of Soul Realm experts, 2 10th grade black octopuses, and 16 astral reaching experts. If they joined hands, it would be enough to kill the majority of Sea of Soul Realm masters. Even the top 5 young tycoons would have to temporarily avoid them. After all, that fierce-looking man was a great attendant, and the demonic power of the 2 10th grade black octopuses was even more frightening. When they joined hands, their might could be easily imagined. However, Yichen didn't stop them from converging. Instead, he waited for them. "We can't let them join hands." Xing Melian wasn't as calm as Yichen. She waved her hand, and her unique weapon, the cold moon hook, shot out numerous arcs of light toward the opponents. She wanted to disrupt their formation and prevent them from joining hands. Pung, 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 pung. Unfortunately, Xing Melian was a step too late. Before the arcs of light could approach the opponents, they were blocked by an invisible energy wall. This was a Zhen Yuan barrier jointly activated by the opponents. As soon as the arcs of light slashed down, ripples spread out, and the power dispersed. It didn't even have the qualifications to shake the Zhen Yuan barrier. "Attack!" The fierce-looking man waved his hand, and the 20 people and the 2 black octopuses launched a fierce attack at Yichen and Xing Melian. In the blink of an eye, the wind and clouds changed color, and waves surged. Yichen didn't retreat, and once again slashed out. This slash contained the destruction sword intent. Not only was its attack powerful, it was also exceptionally condensed and had a devouring effect. Puff puff. The opponent's first round of attacks exploded midway. Too powerful. Xing Melian admitted that she had no idea what level Yi Chen's strength had reached. Every time, she thought that this was the opponent's strongest battle power. However, reality told her that this was only an ordinary attack. No wonder he's so confident. Who is he? Xing Melian was extremely curious about Yi Chen. She had never heard of such a frightening genius in the eastern shallow ocean. My turn. Raising the thunder disaster sword high up, black lightning gathered on the sword tip and gradually condensed into a black thunderball. After the destruction sword intent reached the fifth step, the color of the thunderball changed, becoming the same as the destruction sword spirit. Only Yi Chen knew that the nature of the thunder had changed, and it was now tainted with the destruction attribute. After all, the fifth step destruction sword intent was simply too powerful, and its power was equivalent to an ordinary sixth-step sword intent. Full defense. The fierce-looking man had a bad premonition. The feeling that Yi Chen gave him was too dangerous. The Zhen Yuan barrier turned from incorporeal to tangible, and like a sky curtain, it hung down vertically, protecting the fiendish man's group and the two black octopuses. Kacha! As Yi Chen's sword descended, the whole world turned black. There were no stars and no light, only a black thunderball cut through the dark sky and heavily collided with the Zhen Yuan barrier. In the next moment, a black brilliance erupted, and a huge black hole was formed. Pop! The Zhen Yuan barrier vanished like smoke, and the thunderball exploded. Berserk black lightning surged out. The fiendish man and the others simply didn't have time to dodge, and could only passively endure the violent lightning strike. When the black lightning dissipated, the group completely disappeared. Only the upper-grade artifacts and storage rings remained intact, falling down. Of course, the defense of the two black octopuses was also exceedingly powerful. Although their vitality had dissipated, their bodies didn't disappear. They turned into two huge pieces of charcoal and fell into the seawater. Making a grabbing motion with his left hand, the slightly damaged upper-grade artifacts and storage rings flew toward Yi Chen. These people's storage rings had tokens representing their identities. Ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts had ordinary tokens, while battle attendants and head attendants had tokens. Only by obtaining these tokens would one be able to exchange them for contribution points. Chapter 679. On the side, Xing Melian looked at Yi Chen as if she was looking at a monster. 30 people and 2 10th-grade black octopuses were like chickens and dogs in front of Yi Chen. They didn't even have the qualifications to struggle. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had a carefree and relaxed expression from beginning to end. The calmer he was, the more Xing Melian felt that Yi Chen was frightening. Deputy Yi Chen's strength is no longer something I can guess. Could he have reached half-step king realm? Judging from his strength on the surface, he shouldn't have, but who knows what else he's hiding. Xing Melian didn't know how powerful half-step kings were, just like how she didn't know how powerful Yi Chen was. However, in her eyes, Yi Chen was much more powerful than Sea of Soul Masters. Even if he wasn't as powerful as half-step kings, he wouldn't be too far off. With Yi Chen's strength being this powerful, Xing Melian finally relaxed. As long as the number of enemies wasn't too excessive, there wouldn't be any danger. However, the two didn't encounter a second wave of enemies. In the evening, the two returned. The days in Azure Dragon Hall were very ordinary. However, this kind of peacefulness was usually only temporary. Once a battle broke out, it would be a life and death situation. Therefore, no one rejected this kind of peacefulness. They would rather live a peaceful life for a long time, giving them enough time to increase their strength. On this day, an attendant arrived at Yi Chen's residence. It was Azure Dragon Hall leader Wei Longtao who had ordered him to come. He wanted him to go to the Azure Dragon Hall to discuss some important matters. Arriving at the Azure Dragon Hall, Yi Chen discovered that the other two deputy leaders had also arrived. Deputy Yi Chen, Wu Chuan, and Su Danian greeted Yi Chen one after another. Yi Chen returned their greetings one by one. On the main seat, Wei Longtao saw Yi Chen's arrival and said, "All right, everyone, this time I've called you here because I have a mission for you. However, this mission is rather big, and you won't be able to accomplish it alone. It will require the cooperation of two people. Therefore, you should discuss among yourselves who should go." Su Danian asked, "Leader, what is the mission this time?" 5 Gold Island, number 2 Volcano Island, and Mysterious Spirit Island's resources are almost here. I need you to transport them back. Wei Longtao's voice was very calm, but it caused Wu Chuan and Su Danian to frown. These 3 islands were all rich in resources, producing a lot of resources. The 5 Gold Island mainly produced 5 kinds of rare metal ores. The number 2 Volcano Island produced a large amount of middle-grade flame cloud rock, and the Mysterious Spirit Island had 3 middle-grade spirit veins, 2 high-grade middle-grade spirit veins, and 1 peak-grade middle-grade spirit veins. It was easy to imagine how difficult the mission this time would be. After all, the more resources they transported, the more danger they would encounter. In these years, out of 10 times they had transported resources, at least 5 of them had encountered danger, and 3 of them had been surrounded and killed. How can I, Wu Chuan, Dragon Can Vice Hall Master Wu Chuan stood up and expressed his attitude. Su Danian let out a breath and said in a deep voice, "Deputy leader Hu Wenhai's death has already made me feel suffocated. It's best if I don't run into the 4 great factions. If I do, I'll teach them a lesson and kill them all. Therefore, I must go this time." The 2 of them indicated that they wanted to go, leaving only Yi Chen alone. "Vice Palace Master Yi, this is your first time coming to the Azure Dragon Palace. You are not familiar with the situation here. I think you should not go this time. Give the opportunity to us," Wu Chuan said. Yi Chen said indifferently, "I am here to help the Azure Dragon Palace salvage the situation. As for the Blood Battle Seas environment, I am more or less familiar with it. Vice Palace Master Wu, Vice Palace Master Su, you two should discuss who should go. After all, there are 2 slots this time." Ugh. The 2 of them hadn't expected Yi Chen to reject them so bluntly. However, what he said was also reasonable. They hadn't come here to sightsee or to satisfy the craving of a vice temple master. They had come here to do something. But to be honest, the 2 of them didn't think that Yi Chen would be of much use. They weren't underestimating Yi Chen's strength. In fact, the 2 of them didn't dare to underestimate Yi Chen at all. Unfortunately, the situation in the Blood Battle Sea was like this. "Forget it, Deputy Palace Master Su, you go. Anyway, we still have a long way to go." Wu Chuan left on his own. "Then many thanks." Su Danian cupped his fists. Seeing that the 3 had finished their discussion, Wei Longtao took out 2 palm-sized black bags from his storage ring. They were bulging and filled with things. With a flick of his wrist, the 2 bags landed in Yi Chen and Su Danian's hands, respectively. Old rules. Each person gets 10 mid-grade storage rings and 50 low-grade storage rings. Put all the resources inside. Each ring must be filled to the brim. Su Danian explained to Yi Chen, "Deputy Yi, this is a resource storage ring. Once it's filled, the gems on it will light up. Moreover, there's a restriction on it. You can only put it in, but not take it out." Yi Chen nodded. He knew that this was to prevent the treasures from disappearing. As for the amount of resources, they would definitely check the accounts after they returned. There wouldn't be any loopholes. Tomorrow morning, you guys set off. Remember, don't reveal the mission to anyone else. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the palace rules. Yes. The three turned around and left the Azure Dragon Palace. Late at night, the night was as cold as water inside a luxurious and spacious bedroom. A person with his back facing the light took out a snail-shaped metal artifact. He poured his Junyuan inside, and the artifact faintly glowed. What's wrong? Another mission? A voice unexpectedly came from the artifact. Indeed, the voice was unfamiliar, as if it had been altered. Very well, say it. This time, I want 10 King-grade spirit energy stones. What? Are you crazy? You think a few hundred people and a batch of resources are worth 10 King-grade spirit energy stones? The owner of the artifact said indifferently, Dragon God Celestial Palace's head disciple, 5th disciple, 8th disciple, Dragon King's most favored genius, Yi Chen, along with 700 people's lives and a huge amount of resources. Do you think it's worth 10 King-grade spirit energy stones? The man was silent for a long time before he said, You should know that Challenger-level spiritual crystals can only be found in the remains of Challenger-level spiritual crystals. In this world, the number of Challenger-level spiritual crystals is not endless. How about 5 Challenger-level spiritual crystals and 50 top-class spiritual crystals? All right, deal. The owner of the artifact revealed a faint smile as he told the details of the mission. On the second morning, the training ground was filled with people. Yi Chun and Su Danian arrived one after another. Seeing that Lin Songhai was also in the crowd, Yi Chun faintly nodded. If the latter did not come this time, he would let him know how high the sky was. Without saying anything, Yi Chun and Su Danian said directly, Let's go. Shoo, shoo. The two of them flew out first, turning into a beam of light that shot out. Then, more than 700 people followed, closely behind them, densely packed together. Soon, the crowd disappeared into the horizon. On the boundless ocean, islands were scattered everywhere. The big ones would take a long time to fly past, and the small ones would be left behind in a blink of an eye. In front of the crowd of light, Su Danian and Yi Chen flew side by side. Leader Yi, the 5 Gold Island, and the Mysterious Spirit Island are the closest, only tens of thousands of miles away. The number 2 Volcano Island is hundreds of thousands of miles away. You and I will go to the 5 Gold Island and the Mysterious Spirit Island first. Then we will meet up and go to the number 2 Volcano Island. What do you think? Su Danian suggested. All right. Yi Chen agreed. Then I will go to the 5 Gold Island, and you go to the Mysterious Spirit Island. You should know the location, right? Half a month ago, I had already found it out. That time, Xing Melian had taken him to a lot of resource islands. Therefore, he knew the locations of the 5 Gold Island, the Mysterious Spirit Island, and the number 2 Volcano Island. He also knew about the surrounding ocean environment, as well as where the resources of the 4 enemy parties were located. We are almost there. Have a safe journey. The Azure Dragon Palace was right next to the Blood Battle Ocean. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was in the Blood Battle Ocean. Therefore, the 5 Gold Island and the Mysterious Spirit Island were only 600,000 to 700,000 miles away from the Azure Dragon Palace. In 2 days, the crowd had almost reached their destination. If it were not for the large amount of astral-reaching realm warriors in the team, the time would be a couple of times shorter. After half an hour, the 700 people had been divided into 2 groups. One group was Su Danian's team, and the other was Yi Chen's team. The 2 groups flew in different directions, one on the left and the other on the right. There are still 2 hours to go. Everyone, hurry up. Yi Chen turned his head and said, Hurry up. Xing Melian was the one who trusted Yichen the most. So she was also yelling right then. Hearing her, everyone did not care about using up their Zhen Yuan anymore. They swallowed a dan to replenish Zhen Yuan and started to increase their speed. Soon, they arrived at the mysterious Spirit Island. There were thousands of mining workers on the island, and the Azure Dragon Palace also had a group of people stationed there. The Dragon God, Celestial Palace, had an agreement with the 4 opposing forces. The resources and workers on the island were not allowed to be robbed or harmed. Therefore, they would only be attacked when they were transporting resources, since everyone had their own resources and mining workers. On the Blood Battle Ocean, it would be both sides who would suffer. If they did not control themselves, both sides would be injured and there would be no benefits at all. The Dragon God, Celestial Palace, originally had 1,200 spirit veins on the Blood Battle Ocean. The reason why 200 of them had been robbed was because they were surrounded by the 4 opposing forces, and the environment was not good. Therefore, the 4 opposing forces had directly taken over the island, but did not harm the people on the island. Instead, they had sent them directly to the island, which belonged to the Dragon God, Celestial Palace. The Dragon God, Celestial Palace, had also agreed to this. Since the environment was not good, it would be extremely dangerous to transport the resources. Otherwise, if they really wanted to fight, the Dragon God, Celestial Palace, would most likely be at a disadvantage. There were 3 spirit veins on the mysterious Spirit Island, and there were a lot of resources there. All of them were piled up in a cave. Once people walked in, they could immediately feel the moist nature of the spirit chi. It was because the spirit chi was too dense and sticky. For people with insufficient cultivation, it would not be a good thing to train here, since they would be blown up by the spirit chi and break all of their meridians. Deputy Yi, the spirit stones are all here. The person in charge of the Dragon God, Celestial Palace, said with respect. All right. Yichen nodded as he took out a mid-rank resource storage ring. With a wave of his hand, piles of spirit stones were put into the ring. Chapter 680, 3 mid-rank spirit veins, which was a couple of months' worth of mining, was a shocking number. Yichen spent a whole 15 minutes before he managed to put all of the spirit stones into his storage rings. So far, 2 mid-rank storage rings and 10 low-rank storage rings had been filled. Not all of the spirit stones from the mid-rank spirit veins were mid-rank spirit stones. In fact, the low-rank spirit stones were more than the mid-rank ones, taking up half of the total, while the mid-rank spirit stones took up 90% of the remaining half. The top-rank spirit stones were the least, but it was still quite impressive. This was the harvest from 2 top-rank mid-rank spirit veins and 1 top-rank mid-rank spirit vein. And these 3 spirit veins made up quite a lot of the 1,000 spirit veins. After all, out of the 1,000 spirit veins that the Dragon God Celestial Palace had in the Blood Battle Ocean, 900 of them were all low-rank spirit veins. Dozens of low-rank spirit veins might not even be able to compete with 1 top-rank or top-rank mid-rank spirit vein. After collecting the spirit stones, Yichen did not waste any time and left the mysterious Spirit Island immediately, bringing his people and flying towards the 5 Gold Island. On the way, Yichen's eyebrows flicked as he slowed down his speed. Second Leader Yi, what's wrong? The middle-aged scholar, Yen Quan, asked. Yichen raised his arm and pointed to the right. Let's go this way. This way? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Yao Yifeng's expression changed as he yelled, Second Leader Yi, what we need to do right now is to meet up with Second Leader Su as soon as possible. What are you doing? Yichen looked at Yao Yifeng with a sharp gaze. Am I the second leader, or are you the second leader? All you need to do is follow the orders. Yao Yifeng said with a bit of courage, Right now, the Azure Dragon Palace is in danger. We cannot let you act on your own and put us in unnecessary danger. Please reconsider. Second Leader Yi, Attendant Yao is right. We should meet up with Second Leader Su right now. The longer we are separated, the more dangerous it will be. Deputy Palace Leader Yi, you have to give us a reason. There were too many people who didn't know what was going on. Some of them stood out to support Yao Yifeng. After all, compared to fighting against the Deputy Palace Master, their lives were more important. If they lost their lives, fighting against the Deputy Palace Master wouldn't make any difference. Besides, to be honest, they didn't really trust Yi Chun. Not everyone had leadership abilities. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at Yao Yifeng for a long time. After a while, he said, "If we walk in a straight line, we will be ambushed. If we walk on the right front, we can catch them off guard. Is this reason enough?" "There will be an ambush." Everyone was shocked. Hearing him, a trace of panic flashed through Yao Yifeng's eyes as he forced a smile and said, "Second Leader Yi, how do you know there will be an ambush? We are all at the Sea of Souls realm, and our soul power is the same. But I didn't sense anything. Perhaps you are overthinking." Right then, even Xing Melian was looking at Yi Chun strangely because she also didn't sense anything strange. She had even checked whether there were any black octopuses under the sea. Moreover, if Yi Chun sensed an enemy, the enemy would definitely know as well. After all, everyone was at the Sea of Souls realm, and they were very sensitive to soul power scanning. Yi Chun said lightly, "You don't need to know this. Besides, this is the first time I am explaining to everyone, and also the last time. Next time, whoever dares to disobey will be punished according to the palace rules. Right now, everyone follow me. If you don't, you will be treated as a traitor." Changing his route, Yi Chun flew toward the right front. Xing Melian, Chun Yusen, and the rest hesitated a bit before following him. Soon, most of the people followed, leaving only Yao Yifeng and a small group. "Let's go," Yao Yifeng said in a low voice. Although he dared to voice out his opinion, he didn't dare to go against Yi Chun directly. He was sure that if he did, Yi Chun would definitely take him down. Although everyone was following behind Yi Chun, they were still communicating with each other. "What the hell is Deputy Yi doing?" Instead of gathering with Deputy Su, he said that there is an ambush ahead. "I don't believe he can sense it. He is the deputy. We should just follow his orders. Perhaps he has his own concerns." Xing Melian spoke up for Yi Chun. "Yeah, I also believe that senior brother Yi wouldn't do this for no reason." Chun Yusen chose to stand on Yi Chen's side. On the two sides of the original route, groups of people were lying in ambush. There were 6 of them in total. The entrance of the ambush was very wide, at least 1,000 miles wide. The closer it was to the center, the closer the distance between the two sides was. The whole ambush was like an X shape. Reaching the center of the X, one's soul power would be able to sense the people on both sides. Unfortunately, it would already be in the middle of the ambush. Once the enemies saw Yi Chun and the rest, they would send out a signal, and then they would definitely be surrounded. If Yi Chun chose the right front, he would be able to kill them. Although there were a lot of enemies, they were separated into 6 groups, which meant that their manpower was spread out by 6 times. As for how Yi Chun knew about it, it shouldn't be forgotten that Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of normal people. He could scan everything within 500 miles, and the quality was even higher than Sea of Souls realm warriors. His soul power was equivalent to a king warrior's soul power. He could sense others, but others would not be able to sense his soul power scanning. This was the advantage and usefulness of Yi Chun. On the island closest to Yi Chun, and the rest, 200 people were hiding in a mountain. Their clothes had a swirl pattern on them. They were the warriors of the Water Wave School. This time, Our school has sent out 600 warriors, and the Sky Eagle cult has sent out 700 warriors. Altogether, it would be 1,300 warriors. Killing 300 of them would be too easy. The Black King Gate and Whirlwind Gate would definitely be able to kill the other 300 as well. Killing 700 warriors at once. The Azure Dragon Hall has lost almost half of its power. Including the last time, the Azure Dragon Hall has already lost 1,000 warriors in a couple of months. They must be in a panic right now. They can only blame themselves for being careless and not being able to gain the upper hand every time. Yeah, I have to say that the average battling power of the Azure Dragon Hall is a lot higher than ours. If we were to fight with the same number of people, we would be at a disadvantage. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink and kill the enemies later. Cheers. Inside the mountain, the aroma of wine filled the air. 100 miles away from the island, Yi Chun stopped. Turning his head, Yi Chun said with a cold voice, "Wait for my order. Once I give the order, everyone will increase their speed. Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, start attacking the biggest mountain on the island from 30 miles away. Attack while moving forward at full speed. Astral Reaching Realm Warriors, just follow behind us and wait for my order." 100 miles distance would be covered in 7 to 8 breaths for normal Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, and 20 to 30 breaths for Astral Reaching Realm Warriors. As for Yi Chun, it would only take him 2 to 3 breaths. If he used his defensive sword spell, it would be even faster. However, the effect would not be that great by himself, so he would need the other Sea of Souls Realm Warriors to attack together. As for Astral Reaching Realm Warriors, it would be useless since their speed would be too slow. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun yelled, "Full speed!" Shoo! Yi Chun flew out first. "Let's go!" Including Lin Songhai, Chun Yusen, and Luo Yunsong. 43 Sea of Souls Realm Warriors followed closely behind. The 300 Astral Reaching Realm Warriors were a lot slower and had been left far behind. 100 miles, 80 miles, 60 miles, 50 miles. Inside the mountain on the island, a Sea of Souls Realm Warrior subconsciously released his soul power and then took it back immediately. He frowned and released his soul power again. All of a sudden, his expression changed. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Get out of the mountain now!" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a huge black thunderball exploded on the mountain peak. Then sword chi, saber chi, palm energy, fist energy, true essence, crescent moonlight, claw shadows, all of them bombarded the mountain peak. For a moment, time seemed to stand still above the island, and the air was as thick as water. Rumble! The black thunderball, released by Yi Chun, was the first to show its effect. The aggressive black lightning shot everywhere like countless black flood dragons playing in the sky. The sky changed color. The sword chi and blade chi cut everything in front of them open, while the palm power and fist power shattered the whole place. Screams were heard one after another. No one knew how many people had died in this sudden attack. Even the powerful Sea of Souls Realm Warriors were not spared. This, Xing Melian, and the rest were stupefied. They had followed Yi Chen's orders to not release their soul power. Whoever dared to release their soul power would be killed without mercy. Therefore, only when the mountain was shattered and the people inside turned into ashes did they realize that there were enemies here. How did he know? This was what everyone wanted to know. Don't let a single one go. Yi Chen's expression was cold. He knew that if he let one go, he wouldn't be able to continue killing the enemy forces. The 4 forces had killed so many people of Dragon God Celestial Palace. This time, it was time for them to suffer a heavy blow. Moreover, it would be an extremely painful one. Attack! Xing Melian admired Yi Chun from the bottom of her heart. She had already made up her mind. In the future, whatever Yi Chun said, she would do. Among everyone, Lin Songhai was the most hardworking. He had previously said that he would compete with Yi Chun in terms of number of kills, and now it had already begun. As a master-level sword artist, who was no weaker than the second master of the Elder Union, Lin Songhai alone was more than enough to fight against a lot of people. That dense sword chi covered over, and a huge area in the center of the island was under the attack of his sword chi. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's one thunderball had killed too many people. No matter how one looked at it, he was still a little bit lacking. The whole island was thrown into chaos. There were less than 10 people left, all of whom were head attendants and battle attendants. As for the other sea of soul realm experts and astral reaching experts, they were all dead, not a single one left alive. Run! These 7 or 8 enemies scattered, running for their lives. Swish! A black sword chi slashed out, devouring 2 enemies not far away. This was an attack launched by Yi Chun. Although the others were running, there were too many attacks. Being caught in the fierce firepower net, how could they escape? One after another, they were shattered into pieces. At this point, the first surprise attack was a complete success. Yi Chun and 40 people had killed more than 200 enemies, and the astral reaching experts had yet to catch up. They could only be useful in a frontal battle. Chapter 681. Right then, no one dared to doubt Yi Chun anymore. If it were not for Yi Chun, they would not be able to kill these 200 enemies in such a short period of time. Plus, if they followed the original route, they would most likely fall into the ambush circle and suffer a devastating attack. I am starting to believe that he can turn the situation around for the Azure Dragon Palace. Xing Melian took a deep breath and mumbled to herself, "Ah, head disciple is probably going to lose this time." Chun Yusen looked at Lin Songhai, then at Yi Chun. Just then, Yi Chun had killed dozens of people with his first sword attack, and Lin Songhai was obviously weaker than Yi Chun. Plus, Yi Chun did not seem to be serious at all. After throwing out the first sword attack, the rest of the attacks were all on the outside, preventing the enemies from escaping. In the crowd, a cold light flashed through Yao Yifeng's eyes, but he hid it well. Unfortunately, he could not hide it from Yi Chun. When Yi Chun forcefully chose to move forward, he knew that there would be a conflict. He was happy to see this kind of situation, since only this kind of situation could bring out the current results. The bigger the contrast, the more effective it would be. In other words, if things went according to the normal way, Yi Chen's reputation would not be as high as it was right now. But now, everyone was starting to trust him blindly. Next, Yi Chun brought 300 people and flew toward the top right corner of the X-shaped ambush circle. As for the middle corner, it was too close to the enemies on the other side of the original route, and it would be easy to alert them. Therefore, the 4 corners of the X-shaped ambush circle were the best targets for a surprise attack. This time, the enemies were still the Water Wave Martial School's people. There were less than 200 of them, about 180 people. Among them, there were 20 Sea of Souls Realm Warriors and 160 Astral Reaching Realm Warriors. If they fought head-on, although Yi Chen's 300 people could kill them all, there would still be some casualties. They were completely caught off guard. Since they were at the back of the ambush circle, this batch of enemies was even worse than the first batch. They did not even know that Yi Chun and the rest had gotten within 30 miles of them. In the first round of attacks, more than half of them were wiped out. After the second round of attacks, only a dozen or so of varying sizes were left. In the third round of attacks, all of them were wiped out. This is great. I've never felt so good before. Deputy Leader, Yi is simply a god. only he could allow us to annihilate our enemies without suffering any injuries. Now, if anyone dares to speak ill of Deputy Leader Yi, Lu Biao, will be the first to fall out with him. An Azure Dragon Hall combat deacon's face flushed red. That was a sign of excitement. In the past 1 or 2 years, the Azure Dragon Hall had lost many people to the 4 enemy forces. One of them was Lu Biao's sworn brother. He swore that he would kill 10 enemies to avenge his sworn brother, and now he was about to do it. With Vice Palace Master Yi here, our Azure Dragon Hall can finally hold our heads high. So what if the 4 enemy factions have the advantage in numbers? Kill them all. Yao Yifeng, you seem unhappy. Could it be that you have a grudge with Vice Palace Master Yi? Someone noticed that Yao Yifeng did not have any expression on his face, which was very abnormal. Now, apart from Yi Chun, everyone was very happy. Yao Yifeng forced a smile. How could that be? I also admire Vice Palace Master Yi a lot. I was a little rash before, actually suspecting him. So you're worried about this matter. I believe that Vice Palace Master Yi will not hold a grudge. Someone patted Yao Yifeng's shoulder and smiled. That's for the best. The corner of Yao Yifeng's mouth twitched. Without looking at Yao Yifeng, Yi Chen gave the order, left advance. That was the other side of the original route. Just like that, Yi Chen's 300 men annihilated 4 groups of people. The first 2 groups were from Water School, while the last 2 were from the Sky Eagle cult. It took a lot of effort to annihilate the Sky Eagle cult. The Sky Eagle cult was the same as the Imperial Beast School, famous for raising demonic beasts. However, the demonic beasts they raised were all eagle-type demonic beasts. Yi Chen's group rushed forward and killed many eagle-type demonic beasts. Finally, they killed their nest and annihilated them in one fell swoop. Fortunately, things went smoothly. Out of the 6 groups of people, 4 had died, leaving only the last 2 groups. The last 2 groups of people were not easy to deal with because they were in the middle of the X-shaped ambush circle and were relatively close to each other. Killing people on one side would attract the attention of the other side. The only way was to end the battle quickly and cut through the Gordian knot. Something is not right. Under the deserted island, the skinny man frowned and thought carefully. What's not right? Someone beside him asked. I can't think of anything wrong, but I have a bad feeling. Do you think we will fail this time? Don't joke around. How could we fail? Even if we fail, we have more than 1,300 people with the Water School's people added up. What's there to be afraid of? That's true. Maybe I am worrying too much. The skinny man smiled and relaxed a lot. However, the bad feeling in his heart had not dissipated yet, which made him a little confused. Boom! The ocean water hit the rocks on the edge of the island, creating a series of explosive sounds. In the sky, the clouds were connected together, extending all the way to the horizon. Amidst the noise of the waves hitting the shore, human figures suddenly appeared at the end of the horizon. More and more of them appeared, and it looked like a stain on a painting of blue sky and white clouds. The number of enemies here is close to 300, and there is another group of enemies 80 li away from here. Everyone, you must use all of your killing moves. Otherwise, when the other group of enemies arrives, some of you will die. Yi Chen said with a low voice, Don't worry, Deputy Leader Yi. We will do our best. Brothers, if you don't want to die, then use all of your strength. Everyone was full of confidence. If Yi Chen told them to go east, then they would definitely not go west. Whoever dared to go west would be going against everyone. All right, let's go. Yi Chen took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and pointed it forward. Shoo, 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 shoo. An air-piercing sound could be heard continuously, with Yi Chen as the arrowhead. The 300 people rushed toward the island with all of their strength. underneath the island, the bad feeling in the skinny man's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He kept walking back and forth, releasing his soul power from time to time, hoping to sense something. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Could it be that I am thinking too much? The skinny man started to doubt himself. Every time he encountered danger, he would be alerted. But in the past, it would come true very quickly. But this time, it had been quite a while, and there was not even a single clue. Having a clue was not scary, but having no clue would be scary. It was like the calm before the storm. Once again, he released his soul power. Fuck. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The skinny man's face turned pale. His premonition had finally come true, but he would rather not. More than 50 miles away, more than 40 silhouettes were flying over at an astonishing speed. The person in the front had already raised his lightning-like sword, ready to attack. Deputy Zhao, you are not joking, right? The person who had told the skinny man to be at ease earlier said, subconsciously, joke your mother. The skinny man jumped out of the ground. Crack! The second he jumped out of the ground, a black thunderball approached from afar, landing in the middle of the island at a seemingly slow speed. All of a sudden, the center of the island caved in. Then, the thunderball exploded, and countless black lightning bolts spread out like black demonic dragons. Even with the skinny man's warning, no one could react in time. It was not their fault, since Yi Chen's attack had arrived almost within a second. Even if they could react in time, what could they do? No matter how fast their body arts were, how could they be faster than an attack? This thunderball had directly killed 5 to 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors and 60 astral-reaching realm warriors. Besides that, this thunderball had also made the rest of the people panic. There was no way for them to work together, so they could only run for their lives to avoid the center of the explosion. Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Palm Power, Fist Power, Zhan Yuan Flow. After the thunderball, more than 40 attacks landed on the center of the island one after another. The whole island started to shake violently before being torn apart. A huge amount of seawater poured out through the cracks, giving people a strong illusion that it was the end of the world, and there was nowhere to run. Not good. They are being attacked. While the people of the Sky Eagle cult were being attacked, the last batch of water wave sex people sensed the situation over there. The leader of this group said suspiciously, "Why are they being attacked?" He thought that Yi Chun and the rest had already entered the ambush. However, the result was unexpected. Don't worry about it. Go and help them. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A huge amount of experts flew into the sky, flying toward the 80 Li area. Take care of them as soon as possible. Yi Chun sensed the arrival of the last batch of water wave sex people. Kill. Kill. The experts of the Azure Dragon Hall had blood-red eyes. They had an aura of killing anyone who stood in their way. They had never felt so carefree before. The people of the Sky Eagle cult were getting fewer and fewer. From 200 to 100, it was a miserable scene. You have already entered the ambush. Just wait for your death. The remaining people of the Sky Eagle cult said fiercely. Hearing them, people on Yi Chen's side almost laughed out loud. They thought to themselves, "You are already the last batch, and you still think that we have entered the ambush?" However, thinking back, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Without Yi Chen, they would indeed have entered the ambush, and the ending would have been completely different. Unknowingly, they trusted Yi Chen even more, almost to the point of blindness. Bastards of the Azure Dragon Hall, your good luck ends here. More than 300 people from Water Wave sect rushed over, gathering with the remaining dozens of people from the Sky Eagle cult. Their total number was close to 400, which was a lot more than the 300 people of Yi Chun. Who will end here is still not certain. Xing Melian said loudly, "Ha, little bitch. I will let you have a good time after I catch you." The leader of Water Wave Sect laughed. TSK, still thinking about sex even at death's door. Xing Melian's face was full of disdain as she stared at them as if they were dead people. "Get in." Yichen did not say anything and directly took out the golden dragon chariot. The huge chariot floated in the sky, overflowing with golden light. Shoo! Shoo! The dozens of people who were called before jumped onto the chariot, which was controlled by a normal sea of souls realm warrior. The chariot roared as it rushed toward the enemy's camp. Those who did not get on the chariot followed closely behind, using it as the tip of a spear. Chariot! The leader of the Water Wave Sect frowned. Chariot weapons were very precious, and he was only a deputy leader of a sect, so he did not have the right to own one. "So what if you have a chariot? Our people will only increase." The leader of the Water Wave Sect was not afraid at all. Rumble! As the distance between the two sides got closer, a head-on battle could happen at any moment. This time, it was different from the surprise attack. It would be relying on real power, where the strong would survive and the weak would be eliminated. However, with Yi Chun here, the outcome of the enemies had already been decided. Up until now, Yi Chun had not even used half of his power, and he still had a super ace like the defensive sword spell. Chapter 682. Kill. 30 miles was the best attacking distance. If it was a bit further, the attacking power would be greatly reduced, and if it was a bit closer, the opponent would have the upper hand. Standing at the front of the battle chariot, Yi Chun lifted up his Thunder Disaster Sword and threw out a sword attack. Swoosh! The sky seemed to have been torn apart as the black thunderball shot out in a straight line. The others' attacks followed, right after. All of a sudden, the whole sky was filled with strange phenomena. 40 Sea of Souls realm warriors and 300 astral-reaching realm warriors had combined their attacks, which were extremely horrifying. Even half-step king warriors would have to back out, not daring to take it head-on. Anyone below the half-step king warrior level would die upon touching it. Kill them all. The leader of the Water Wave Martial School waved his hand and yelled. In fact, even without the order, when Yi Chun and the rest were 30 miles away from them, they had already finished preparing their power and threw out their most powerful attacks. Fighting head-on would be extremely brutal, as individual power would be greatly reduced. Only by working together would they be able to fight back. Boom, 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 boom. On one side, there were 300 attacks, while on the other side, there were almost 400 attacks. They clashed together at an extremely fast speed, causing a heart-shattering explosion sound to be heard continuously. The chaotic blast waves spread out in circles, turning the center into a death zone. Pap! Pap! Not all of the attacks from the two sides collided with each other, and there were always some that slipped through the net. About 30 attacks passed through the chaotic chi flow and bombarded on the protective cover of the golden dragon chariot, stirring up waves of ripples and shaking the entire chariot. However, in the end, the defensive layer of the battle chariot was not broken. The defense of the battle chariot was even more powerful than a single semi-extreme rank armor. Although there were a lot of attacks, they were all exhausted, so naturally they could not break through. On the other side, there were 40 attacks from the Water Wave Martial School that went through the chaotic chi flow, killing dozens of them within a second. It turned out that Yi Chen's Thunderball had destroyed a huge amount of attacks, and Lin Songhai was not to be underestimated either. The two of them were equal to a lot of people. Therefore, although the Azure Dragon Palace had fewer people, the effect was more than the remaining people from the Water Wave School and Sky Eagle cult. Keep killing. Yi Chen no longer used Thunder Devour. Instead, he used ordinary sword chi to attack. This way, although his individual attack power was not as high as Thunder Devour, with his sword speed, he could instantly unleash dozens or even hundreds of swords. The others followed suit, giving up on their ultimate techniques and choosing to attack with the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 people had unleashed thousands of attacks. The scene was extremely explosive. Stop them. The first round of attacks had already killed more than 10 people. The leader of Water School's expression changed a little. The battle prowess of Yi Chun and Lin Songhai was beyond his imagination. These two were definitely at the peak of master level. Perhaps only the leader himself could contend with one of them. In the second round of attacks, dozens of Water Wave sect members died, and the remaining members of the Sky Eagle cult also died. Right then, the Gold Dragon Chariot was already less than 10 miles away from the enemy camp. The attacks that were thrown out from 10 miles away were not weakened at all, and were still the most powerful attacks. As the distance got closer and closer, the casualties would get more and more exaggerated. In the second round of attacks, Yi Chun had already lost 3 or 4 warriors. But of course, they were all astral-reaching realm warriors, and their defense was way too low. Boom. Finally, the Gold Dragon Chariot's defense had been broken through. That aggressive chi flow landed on everyone's body, continuously weakening their protective Zhenyuan. Pooh! A middle-aged man on the left side of the chariot puked out a mouthful of blood. He was the one controlling the Gold Dragon Chariot. Once the defense layer had been broken, he had already suffered a bit of backlash. Therefore, he could not block out the remaining chi flow, and his protective Zhenyuan layer had been shattered. Change to someone else to control the chariot. You sit and rest. Yi Chun made the decision immediately. Yes. A chubby man pushed his Zhenyuan and poured it into the Gold Dragon Chariot. All of a sudden, a light gold transparent defense layer appeared around the chariot. In this round of attacks, the casualties on Yi Chun's side had reached double digits, reaching 14 people. 13 of them had died, and 1 had been badly wounded. The good thing was that the Water Wave sect had more casualties, which had suddenly increased to more than 30 people. Adding the Sky Eagle cult's casualties, it was more than 50. After a few rounds of attacks, Yi Chun's side had only lost less than 20 people, while the other side had lost nearly 100 people. The difference was huge. Seeing that the Gold Dragon Chariot was about to reach them, the Water Wave sect's leader gritted his teeth and said, "Full defense! Wait for reinforcements." He would never have thought that in this battle, without any reinforcements, the other 4 batches of people had all been annihilated by Yi Chun's group, leaving not a single one alive. Pop, pop, pop. Switching from offense to defense, not a single Water Wave sect member had died. The thick Zhenyuan barrier had firmly blocked the attacks from Yi Chun's group. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable defense in this world. It would be fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, the Zhenyuan barrier would be shaken and would not be able to hold on. You guys have no hope. The other 4 batches have all become ghosts. Yi Chun said in shock. Bullshit. You guys can kill 4 batches of people. Do you know how many of them there are? Just a spit from one of them is enough to drown you all. The Water Wave sect side did not believe a single one of them. Yi Chun sneered. For groups of people, the largest group has 250 people, and the smallest group has 180 people. Am I right? Also, how do you think we managed to get here? If we had walked into the ambush from the front, you guys would not be so miserable. I don't believe it. The leader of the Water Wave sect was pale. He was starting to believe it, but even if he did, he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yi Chun did not need to make everyone believe him. As long as he left a seed in their hearts, they would gradually feel despair. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon battle chariot stopped 5 miles away, continuously attacking the Zhenyuan barrier. The Zhenyuan barrier, which was previously as stable as a mountain, was now starting to shake. Time passed mercilessly, and the frequency of the Zhenyuan shaking increased. Meanwhile, the astral-reaching realm warriors who had poured Zhenyuan into the Zhenyuan barrier started to bleed from time to time. They were badly wounded since the Zhenyuan barrier was closely related to them. The constant shaking of the Zhenyuan barrier would cause them to suffer some backlash. Once or twice would not be a big deal, but after hundreds of times, the astral-reaching realm warriors would definitely not be able to handle it. Gradually, more and more astral-reaching realm warriors were getting wounded, and the Zhenyuan barrier was getting weaker and weaker. The Zhenyuan barrier was getting weaker and weaker, and more people were getting wounded. It was a vicious cycle that had no solution. The leader of the Water Wave sect saw that he could not hold on anymore, so he said with a stern face, "If you kill us, you won't have a good ending either. My Water Wave sect will pay you back 10 times. That is for the future. Let's think about the present." Yi Chen increased his attacking power. "Everyone, hold on. The reinforcements will come for sure." The leader of the Water Wave sect was desperate. He could only hope for a miracle. Crack! After 15 minutes, the Zhenyuan barrier had been weakened to a certain extent, and cracks started to appear. Although the cracks were being repaired, the speed of repair was not as fast as the damage. Pung! The entire Zhenyuan barrier had been shattered. Hundreds of astral-reaching realm warriors puked out blood as they were blown away, heavily wounded, and on the verge of death. Most of the remaining astral-reaching realm warriors were wounded as well, and their battling power had been greatly reduced. As for the Sea of Souls realm warriors, although they had resisted the recoil, their blood and chi had been shaken, and their bodies had become sluggish. "Kill!" Yi Chen yelled. More than 300 attacks were mercilessly thrown toward the enemy camp. If it were before, the enemy camp might have been able to block them, but now there was less than 10% of them who could fight back. They were all either heavily wounded or paralyzed, unable to react in time. Blood-curdling screams were heard one after another, and half of the enemy camp had been cleared out. Some people started to run away. Unfortunately, those who tried to run would be taken care of by Yi Chen. Any random green lotus sword chi that contained the destruction sword intent would be able to kill a line of people, not to mention astral-reaching realm warriors. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to block it. Yi Chen, who had the rank 5 destruction sword intent, had an astonishing attacking power. Rumble! Thousands of miles away from the 5 Gold Island, the group led by Deputy Palace Leader Su was forced to stop. In front of them, the seawater suddenly surged, and a water curtain that connected the sky and the earth rose out of nowhere, blocking their way. Under the seawater, dozens of huge black octopuses could be seen swimming. On the left side, there were 300 warriors, and on the right side, there were also 200 warriors. The two groups, added together, were about twice their number. Retreat! Su Danian knew that they had been ambushed, so he led his warriors and tried to escape. "Ha! You can't escape." Before they could escape for hundreds of miles, another 2 groups of warriors appeared, each with more than 200 warriors. They were from the Black King Gate and the Whirlwind Gate, respectively. "Your Azure Dragon Hall is quite daring. Half a month ago, you killed dozens of our Black King warriors. This time, you will pay it back 10 times. The leader of the Black King Gate had a cold expression. "Deputy Su, let's fight with them." Su Danian led the warriors from the Azure Dragon Hall into despair. They all had the determination to die. Since they could not escape, they might as well fight with the enemies and kill one of them. Su Danian's face was dark. Don't fight recklessly for now. Save your yuan qi and wait for reinforcements. Don't even think about it. The other group also has 1,300 warriors protecting them. Without any surprises, they are all dead already. Of course, if they turn into ghosts, they might be able to help you. The leader of the Whirlwind Gate team said mockingly, "How did you know about our operation?" Su Danian still had hope in his heart. In the past half a month, he had not been idle. He had purposely investigated Yi Chen's background and found out that he was a very powerful warrior. He had never thought that there would be such a martial genius who could grow from a small martial genius to a great sword master, beating all the other martial geniuses in the continent. Therefore, he firmly believed that the others might die, but Yi Chen would definitely not die. Perhaps he would be able to break out of the encirclement with some of his warriors and regroup with them. In this way, although they would still be at a disadvantage, it was not completely hopeless. As long as they could bring back the resources, they would win. As for the rest, he had already given up hope. Right now, the most important thing was to stall for time and wait for Yi Chen's reinforcements. Chapter 683. The leader of the Whirlwind Gate knew that Su Danian was trying to stall for time, but he was not in a hurry at all. He did not believe that 1,300 people would not be able to handle 300 people. One round of attacks would be enough to take out half of them, and 2 rounds of attacks would definitely be enough to wipe them all out. This operation would be the biggest operation of the top 4 martial institutions. They had sent out 2,700 people in total trying to take out all of the people from the Azure Dragon Palace. Therefore, this operation would be perfect, and there would be no accidents. You are about to die. What is the point of knowing the truth? The leader of the Whirlwind Gate walked over slowly with his people, giving off a kind of pressure. At least let me die in peace. Su Danian glanced around with the corner of his eyes. There were 4 groups of enemies in front of him, and there were almost 1,000 of them. Meanwhile, there were less than 400 of them, including 50 Sea of Souls realm warriors and 305 astral-reaching realm warriors. 400 against 1,000. If they used all of their power to defend, they would probably be able to handle 20 to 30 rounds of attacks, since the attacks would be scattered. Even if they focused their attacks, they would not be able to combine perfectly. On the other hand, if they used all of their power to defend, the Zhenyuan wall would be able to combine perfectly, since everyone had the same Zhenyuan. Even if they had different elements, they would be able to coordinate with each other. You want to know, but I will not tell you. Letting the enemies die in frustration would make me feel happier. The leader of the Whirlwind Gate waved his hand, signaling the people behind him to stop. 10 miles was enough. If they were too close, they might be attacked by the enemies before they died. I have guessed that there must be someone inside the Azure Dragon Palace. Being ambushed once could still be considered a coincidence, but being ambushed twice, even an idiot would know that there was someone inside the palace. However, no matter how hard Su Danian tried, he could not guess who it was. The leader of the palace, Wei Longtao, was unlikely since he was the leader of the Azure Dragon Palace, which was the leader of the palace and had a very high status. The possibility of him betraying the palace would be very low. The second leader, Wu Chuan, was also unlikely since he had been friends with Wu Chuan for decades. He knew his personality very well. Excluding the 2 of them, the only ones who knew about this would be him and Yi Chun. Of course, it would be impossible for him. How could he lie to him? Yi Chun shouldn't be able to do it either. As a rare genius in 1,000 years, the possibility of betrayal was so small that it was negligible. Geniuses all had their own pride. They could be arrogant, they could be heartless, but they could not betray others. Betrayal was very despicable. Moreover, he could not think of anything that could make Yi Chen betray him. Yi Chen was currently in an explosive period of potential, and his future was boundless. What good would betrayal do him? After eliminating the other four, Su Danian knew that he had wasted his time. Hee, you can guess however you like. The leader of the Whirlwind Gate team did not comment. Just at this moment, black dots appeared in the distant sky. More and more black dots appeared, densely packed together. Vice Hall Master? The experts of the Azure Dragon Hall behind Su Danian were filled with hope. They did not want to die. Hence, when they saw the black dot, a trace of hope rose in their despair. Let's continue watching. Su Danian's voice trembled slightly. All of a sudden, 10 miles away from those black dots, another group of black dots appeared. The two groups of black dots were flying towards them from an angle. Su Danian's expression suddenly darkened. Yi Chen only had 300 people, but the number of those black dots had already exceeded 400. Therefore, they could not be Yi Chen's people. But then again, it made sense. Even if Yi Chen managed to lead his people to break out, he would definitely suffer a great loss. It would be a miracle if half of his people could survive, and it would be a miracle if 1/3 of his people could survive. The most likely scenario was that there would only be dozens of people left. Let's fight them. The last trace of hope had been shattered. The experts of the Azure Dragon Hall behind Su Danian looked extremely pale. They had been given hope, but it had been shattered at the same time. This was the cruelest thing. They had already given up on running away. Under the attack of more than 1,000 people, the possibility of running away was almost zero. Full defense. Su Danian had fallen into despair as well. If they could still hold on for 20 to 30 rounds of attacks before, then it would be great if they could hold on for 10 rounds now. The sudden increase of 400 people was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. They did not even have the confidence to fight with their lives on the line. Haha, you guys stop here. The leaders of the Black King Martial School and Whirlwind Gate looked like they were looking at a dead man. The reason why they did not care about Su Danian stalling for time was because of the fact that the situation had already been decided. Most importantly, they were waiting for the last 2 batches of people. After all, the number of enemies was not small either. 400 people versus 1,000 people would still be able to kill dozens of their people, which was not something they wanted to see. However, right now, the situation had already been decided. Attack! Without any hesitation, the leaders of the Black King Martial School and Whirlwind Gate waved their hands. Countless attacks landed on the thick Zhenyuan wall like raindrops. The cracking sound reached an extreme level within a second, and even the eardrums were about to explode. Thousands of miles away, Yi Chen led his people and rushed over. We have an ambush here, and Vice Leader Su must have an ambush as well. I wonder if they can hold on until we get there. Xing Malian was secretly worried. Next, there might be a bloody battle. Everyone, follow behind me and do not stray from the team. Sister Chun, you guys better not be more than 10 steps away from me. This time, it will be very dangerous. Yi Chen did not think that Vice Leader Su would be able to kill a lot of enemies. It was very likely that he would not be able to kill even one. In other words, this time, they would have to face more than 1,000 people. If they fought them head-on, they would not be able to win at all. Only by driving the battle chariot would they be able to charge into the enemy group and prevent them from doing anything. Even so, it would still be very dangerous. It would be a bloody battle. And the key to victory was not on Yi Chen's side, but on Vice Leader Su's side. If Vice Leader Su had reserved a lot of people, then Yi Chen would have the confidence to beat the enemies. Yes, Brother Yi. Chun Yusin nodded obediently. Before this, she had never participated in a real battle before. Seeing the enemies falling one after another in front of her, she was shocked. Right then, she finally realized how weak an individual's power was in a battle. Life and death could be decided in just a second. I do not need your protection. Lin Songhai secretly tightened his fists. In the battle before, he had lost to Yi Chun without a doubt. But it was a battle between two sides, so it would be hard to know how many people he had killed. In the upcoming battle, he would use all of his power and everything he had learned. I think you do not need my protection either, Yi Chun said with a light tone. A few thousand miles was only a couple of breaths for Yi Chun, but for astral-reaching realm warriors, it was not a small distance. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the crowd finally saw Deputy Leader Su's men and the enemy's men. The scene was extremely brutal. The people led by Vice Leader Su had less than 300 people left, and with each breath, dozens of people would fall down. Meanwhile, the enemy's people had covered the sky. With a rough estimation, there were at least 1,300 people. The powerful attacks were like a meteor shower, attacking toward Vice Leader Su and the others. Everyone, follow behind. Kill. Holding his thunder disaster sword up high, Yi Chun stood in front of the battle chariot, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Kill. The rest of the people started to yell as well. What? The warriors from the Black King Martial School and the Whirlwind Martial School turned their heads in shock, looking at Yi Chun and the 300 people behind him. How is this possible? How did they get here? The leader of the Black King Martial School could not accept this fact. They could not have broken through the ambush. They must have taken a detour for some reason. The leader of the Whirlwind Martial School said with certainty, regardless, they have already made it here. So what? We have 1,300 people on our side. Even if we split out half of it, we would still have 600 people. It would be more than enough to crush them. The leader licked his lips and waved his hand. People of the Whirlwind Martial School, listen up. Kill them all. Do not leave a single one alive. Kill. None of the warriors from the Whirlwind Martial School panicked, since they had the advantage in numbers. If they could not beat the enemies, then they might as well kill themselves. Just like that, the warriors from the Whirlwind Martial School split up and attacked Yi Chun, and the rest, while the warriors from the Black King Martial School continued to attack Su Danian and the warriors from the Azure Dragon Palace. Deputy Leader, Yi is here. Everyone hold on. Su Danian did not know what he was feeling right now. He was excited, surprised, and happy. He had not felt as many emotions as he did right now. Haha, we have hope now. Brothers, hold on for a while longer. Compared to Su Danian, the others were so emotional that they even shed tears. From despair to a trace of hope, that trace of hope was shattered again, sinking them into an even deeper despair. However, amidst this deathly silence, Yi Chun had brought them a ray of hope. Right at this moment, Yi Chun's image had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Years later, they might forget about today's battle, but they would never forget Yi Chun, because Yi Chun had already become a part of their lives. If the potential that could burst out in despair was huge, then when hope appeared, the potential that could burst out would be even more shocking. All of them did not care about their injuries and overdraft their own lives. They only had one thought, and that was to survive. Rumble! The golden dragon battle chariot's 4 huge wheels were rolling, leaving a clear mark in the sky that did not disappear for a long time. Almost 300 warriors followed closely behind the battle chariot, rushing towards the incoming warriors. They were not afraid at all, because Yi Chun had brought them too much shock. With Yi Chun there, they believed that the victory would be theirs. With Yi Chun there, they would be invincible. Boom, 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 Boom! Before they even made contact, the attacks had already clashed. Yi Chen's side had suffered a small loss, losing dozens of warriors, while none of the warriors from the Whirlwind Martial School had died. Ha ha! Kill them all! The warriors from the Whirlwind Martial School were so proud that they had already killed dozens of warriors from the other side, which had boosted their morale. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He put his Thunder Disaster Sword back into its scabbard and raised both of his hands. Shoo! 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 Beams of Green Lotus Sword Chi shot out like beams of light. Each of Yi Chen's fingers was equivalent to a top master level warrior's full power attack. 10 fingers meant 10 people, and with the power of 10 people, the amount of damage they could do was equal to dozens of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's side had suppressed the other side, and the Golden Dragon battle chariot continued to rush forward. 10 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles. Stop them! The leader of the Whirlwind Martial School was shocked as he yelled. Speed up! Yi Chen took over the control of the Golden Dragon battle chariot, pushing his soul power and Zheng Yuan at the same time. The Golden Dragon battle chariot's speed doubled as it rushed into the enemy's camp, tearing open a bloody path. Chapter 684. If it were the other Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would have been able to keep the advantage. But as soon as Yi Chen drove the Gold Dragon chariot in, the formation of the Whirlwind Gate was thrown into chaos. Within the crowd, there were enemies as well as their own people, so they could not just attack randomly. As for defense, it would be even more of a joke, since the defense formed by dozens of people would not be able to stop the attacking team with the Gold Dragon chariot as the lead. With only one round of attacks, they would be able to open up a bloody path in front of them. The Gold Dragon chariot was moving at an extremely fast speed. If it were other Sea of Souls realm warriors who were controlling it, they might be able to overtake it and leave the enemy formation. But under the control of Yi Chen, the chariot was like an angry dragon, but also like a mudfish. It rushed in and out of the enemy formation, opening up countless bloody paths. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see that there were many bloody marks in the enemy formation, which was quite shocking. However, it was not like Yi Chen did not have any losses as well. Since there were less than 30 people on the chariot, the rest of them could only follow behind it like a tail. If the tail did not leave the formation, it would still be able to kill people. But once it left the formation, it would be drowned in the crowd. After a couple of breaths, at least 30 people could not keep up with the formation and were drowned in the enemy formation. Bastard! Everyone spread out! Spread out! The leader of the Whirlwind Gate was about to go crazy. It had only been a couple of seconds, and 200 people had already been killed. They were all shocked. Right now, dozens of people had died within each breath. It was not a battle at all. It was a massacre. Shoo! 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 Without the reminder from the leader of the Whirlwind Gate, the rest of the people had already reacted and started to fly in different directions. Yi Chen was not affected at all as he stood in front of the chariot and yelled, "Everyone, listen up! Attack the enemies in the front left. Spread out." If they concentrated their attacks, they would only be able to kill the enemies in one line, which would be a complete waste of power. However, if they scattered their attacks, the attack range would be much bigger. Plus, Yi Chen did not ask them to attack in all directions, but to focus on the left front. That way, even if they scattered their attacks, they would still be able to deal a heavy blow to the warriors of Whirlwind Gate. As expected, after the enemies had spread out, although they had escaped from being crushed because of their limited defense, the enemies on the left side were still dying one after another like it was raining. As for Yi Chen, he did not attack the enemies on the left side, but on the right side. Under his Green Lotus Sword Chi, the enemies were also falling from the sky one after another. The number of people he had killed was about 1/3 of the total number of the others, which was very impressive. The leader of the Black King Martial School was shocked, and so were the warriors of the Black King Martial School. Within 5 breaths of time, the Whirlwind Martial School had lost around 400 warriors. Their well-organized formation had been shattered with just one strike. The whole scene looked like a huge cat was hunting a bunch of mice. The mice were panicking and running away in all directions. It was a complete mess. Where did this brat come from? The leader of the Black King Martial School had very sharp eyes. He was very clear that if it were not for Yi Chun controlling the Golden Dragon Chariot, it would be impossible to have this kind of effect. What scared him the most was that when Yi Chun was controlling the chariot, he was still able to shoot out countless rays of sword chi to open up a path for the team. In other words, without Yi Chun, the battling power of this team would be reduced by at least half. Everyone, let's kill our way out. Su Danian and the warriors of the Azure Dragon Hall behind him were very miserable. There were around 400 of them when they came, but now there were only around 100 left. If it were not for Yi Chun attracting all the firepower and distracting the warriors of the Black King Martial School, they would have been wiped out already. Among the remaining 100 warriors, there were still around 30 Sea of Souls realm warriors, and almost 300 astral-reaching realm warriors had died. It was a horrifying number. Last time when Huanhai was ambushed, only 300 astral-reaching realm warriors had died. Taking advantage of the warriors of the Black King Martial School being distracted and reacting a bit slow, Su Danian finally led the warriors of the Azure Dragon Hall to successfully break out of the encirclement. However, after that, their numbers had been reduced to around 80 warriors, and 3 Sea of Souls realm warriors had died. Kill. After killing enough, Yi Chen's gaze landed on the warriors of the Black King Martial School. He waved his hand, and the Golden Dragon Chariot changed direction, charging over. Coming. Spread out. Don't let him get in our midst. Even though the warriors of the Black King Martial School had been through hundreds of battles, they were still scared by Yi Chen's battle strategy, with the Golden Dragon Chariot as the head who would be able to handle it. Don't spread out. The leader of the Black King Martial School suddenly yelled. No matter how horrifying Yi Chen's battle strategy was, it would only work if he got in the middle of the formation. The reason why the warriors of the Whirlwind Martial School were killed was because they had chosen to fight head-on instead of using all of their power to defend. By the time they tried to defend, it would already be too late. With the previous example, the warriors of the Black King Martial School only needed to focus on defense and wait for the chance to counterattack. Then, it would only be a matter of time before the rest of the warriors from the Whirlwind Martial School recovered. But it would all be too late. Once the warriors of the Black King Martial School had spread out, they would naturally not be able to join hands to defend. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was only dozens of miles away from them. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In less than 3 breaths, the Golden Dragon Chariot, with its invincible golden light, rolled over. Wherever it went, the air kept exploding, and 2 clear marks were left under the wheels. Some people, who didn't have time to hide further away, were directly torn into pieces by the attacks. The entire Golden Dragon Chariot and the troops behind it were like a mobile battery, with the rumbling of the cannons, and the momentum was like a rainbow. After the Whirlwind Gates people, the Black King Martial School's people were also scattered. The number of casualties had increased from single digits to dozens of people, and it was still increasing. It was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger and getting more and more spectacular. As for the warriors of the Black King Martial School, who had spread out their attacks, they could not break through the defensive layer of the Golden Dragon Chariot at all. Although the targets were small, they still needed to be orderly. Of course, the The warriors on the golden dragon chariot were fine, but the warriors behind it were not so lucky. People were constantly being killed, their blood splashing in the sky. From more than 340 warriors at its peak, Yi Chen's warriors were now less than 240 warriors. The number of warriors was decreasing every second. The massacre was still going on. The warriors of the Black King Martial School who were attacked covered their heads and ran for their lives, while the ones who were not attacked regrouped and attacked in an orderly manner. Although the warriors of the Black King Martial School had suffered a great loss, the pressure on Yi Chen's side had increased as well. Their warriors had been reduced to around 200, gather with Deputy Su, and the rest. Yi Chen was not blinded by the massacre. He made up his mind immediately and led his people to gather with Su Danian, preparing for the upcoming battle. Deputy Yi, Su Danian, have never admired anyone before. You are an exception. Su Danian, owe you my life. After escaping from death, Su Danian was in a good mood. The warriors of the Azure Dragon Palace behind him also looked respectful. Yi Chen had saved their lives, which earned them a lot of respect. However, the massacre that Yi Chen had brought with him also made them feel a bit scared. Yi Chen jumped off the golden dragon chariot and said, "We are all from the Azure Dragon Palace. Of course, we need to help each other. I was only doing what I was supposed to do. Deputy Su, you do not need to thank me. No matter what, it is because of you that I am still alive. If I can make it back safely today, I will definitely find you for a drink." Su Danian laughed. All right. Yi Chen did not reject him. After the two parties gathered together, their numbers had increased to around 270 people, which was less than half of the number they had when they first arrived. However, compared to their enemies, they were much better off. Although the Azure Dragon Palace had suffered a great loss this time, the four enemy forces were not having a good time either. They had lost even more people than the Azure Dragon Palace. The powerful warriors from the Black King Martial School did not chase after him. Right now, they needed to catch their breaths and not blindly kill. Plus, under Yi Chen's attack, they had lost quite a lot. From the original 600 warriors, they had dropped to 380, adding the remaining warriors from the Whirlwind Gate. There were only 600 of them left. It should be known that they still had 1,300 warriors before. Gather! The leader of the Black King Martial School had a dark expression on his face. He waved his hand and led his people to gather with the warriors of the Whirlwind Martial School. Right now, only by working together could they maintain their morale. If they fought alone, it would be impossible for them to fight against Yi Chen's team. Brother Liao, what should we do next? The leaders of the Whirlwind Martial School and the Black King Martial School stood side by side. Kill. The leader of the Black King Martial School spat out one word. Today, if he went back like this, not only would his position in the Black King Martial School drop, he might even lose his position as a vice leader. He would also be looked down upon by the others. However, if he paid a heavy price to kill Yi Chen and the rest, it would be easier for him to find an excuse when he went back. After all, this accident was all because of Yi Chen. He believed that once the people above knew how terrifying Yi Chen was, they would not blame him for it. Instead, they would think that he had done a good job, as he had gotten rid of a terrifying enemy for the Black King Martial School. Can we kill them? The leader of the Whirlwind Gate hesitated. There were more than 600 warriors in the Whirlwind Gate, but now there were only 200 left. It was a complete mess, and many of them were wounded. The Black King Gate was in a better state than them, as they had only lost half of their men. Brother Li, it seems like you are scared. Think about it. We have 600 people. Can't we stop their attack? As long as we work together, we can drag them into a battle. With our numbers, We can definitely kill them. The leader of the Black King Martial School did not lose his cool as he analyzed. That is true, but look at our people. The leader of the Whirlwind Martial School turned his head and said with a bitter smile. Hearing him, the leader of the Black King Martial School also turned his head, and his expression looked even worse. Although they had the advantage in numbers, which was more than twice the number of the Azure Dragon Hall, their morale was not even comparable. On the side of Yi Chen, their morale was extremely high. Their eyes were filled with confidence and killing intent, while on the Black King Martial School's side, they were all scared, trying to avoid eye contact. It was obvious that they were scared of Yi Chen. Thinking about it, it made sense. Wars were not scary. What was scary was a one-sided massacre. Yi Chen had left too much of a shadow in their hearts, and their morale could not be raised at all. They always thought that Yi Chen could continue to attack and kill them. Chapter 685. I am not willing to let them go just like this. The leader of the Black King Gate clenched his fists tightly, his expression fierce. Brother Liao, to be honest, even if our people's morale is fine and we can successfully drag them into a battle, there is still not much of a chance for us to kill them all. If we do this, we will only lose a lot of people for nothing. 600 people against 270 people could definitely take the upper hand, but it would not be easy to kill all of them. Plus, among these 270 people, there were top master-level warriors like Yi Chen and Lin Songhai. If the two of them wanted to escape, they would definitely be able to. In other words, if they continued to fight, the result would be Yi Chen and Lin Songhai escaping, and they would lose a third of their people. Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own people. This was not what the leader of the Whirlwind Gate wanted to see. After saying that, the leader of the Whirlwind Gate stared at the leader of the Black King Gate. Taking a deep breath, the leader of the Black King Gate said in a low voice, "You are right. I have not thought this through. When I go back, I will report this to the higher-ups." That's right. I believe that the higher-ups will not ignore this person's existence. They will definitely send powerful warriors to deal with him, unless he hides in his turtle shell. The leader of the Whirlwind Gate revealed a smile. Everyone from the Black King Gate, retreat. Everyone from the Whirlwind Gate, retreat. After reaching an agreement, the two gave the order to retreat without any hesitation. They are retreating. On Yi Chen's side, everyone looked at each other. They did not expect that the enemies would choose to retreat when they had the advantage in numbers. Ha! They really are retreating. We won. Seeing the leaders of the Black King Gate and Whirlwind Gate leave with their people, the powerful warriors from the Azure Dragon Hall cheered. They were not afraid of death, but they wanted to live even more. No matter how confident they were, they did not think that they could survive in a direct battle. After all, the number of enemies was more than 2 times their number, which was not something they could ignore. Right then, the leader of the Black King Gate, who had already flown far away, turned around and said with a loud voice, "This time, I will remember. Next time, I will make your head roll on the ground. Next time, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." From the beginning to the end, Yi Chen had not revealed his strongest strength. In a war, a person's strength was indeed reduced by a lot. Even Yi Chen did not dare to take too many attacks head-on. However, he had the Imperial Sword technique. If he used the Imperial Sword technique to fly, his speed would increase to a terrifying level. Not to mention hundreds of people surrounding him. Even if thousands of people surrounded him, he could still escape. However, the Imperial Sword technique was his trump card, and he would not reveal it easily. I hope you can still say that when the time comes. The leader of the Black King Gate left with his men and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Who? Su Danian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked like he had just survived a disaster. Deputy Palace Master Yi, words cannot express my gratitude. Su Danian cupped his fists at Yi Chun. Putting away the golden dragon chariot, Yi Chun smiled faintly. Right, Deputy Palace Master Yi, how did you guys get here? Didn't you get ambushed? They were ambushed here, and Yi Chen's side was also ambushed. Therefore, they were very curious as to how Yi Chen got here. Could it be that Yi Chen could predict good or bad luck? Yi Chen said, "We killed our way here." Killed our way here? Su Danian did not quite understand. Xing Malian interrupted. Deputy Su, Deputy Yi is right. We killed our way here and killed all the Water School and Sky Eagle cult members, killing more than 1,300 people. Of course, without Deputy Yi, we would have been ambushed just like you guys and suffered heavy losses. Killed more than 1,300 people? Su Danian's eyes were wide open. After collecting all the resources from the 5 Gold Island and Mysterious Spirit Island, the group flew to the number 2 Volcano Island. After collecting a large amount of mid-rank fire cloud stones, the group began their journey back to the Azure Dragon Palace. When Yi Chun and the others returned to the Azure Dragon Palace, it did not cause much of a commotion. However, when the news of Yi Chun leading his people and killing more than 2,000 enemies spread out, the entire Azure Dragon Palace was shocked. Killing more than 2,000 people. What kind of concept was this? Even the achievements of the Azure Dragon Palace added together in the past few years could not compare to this. It could be said that this was a hearty victory, which would at least make the 4 enemy forces feel heartache for a long time. Among the 2,000 people killed, 600 were from Water Sect, 700 from Sky Eagle Cult, and 400 from Whirlwind Gate. The Black King Gate had the least casualties, with around 300 people killed. On average, each enemy force had lost 500 people. An unprecedented victory, a victory that restored the prestige of the Azure Dragon Palace. Originally, the Azure Dragon Palace had already lost the will of the people, and the cohesiveness was much lower than before. However, after this news was spread out, everyone's first reaction was to clench their fists, and their faces turned red. Naturally, an image appeared in their minds. A blue-robed sword artist, Yi Chun, leading hundreds of people and sweeping across the battlefield, unstoppable. Yi Chun had given them confidence, as well as a fighting spirit that had been missing for a long time. Second leader, yes, people have lost quite a lot. Let's hurry up and apply to join them. If we are late, it will not be our turn anymore. Ha! I have already applied. I am here to ask you to apply as well. So unloyal! How could they not wait for me? This was the most talked about topic after the news spread out. Killing the enemies would naturally bring rewards. Among the 2,000 people, there were 1,700 astral-reaching realm warriors, which would be 85,000 contribution points. There were 300 Sea of Souls realm warriors and 250 normal ones, which would be 250,000 contribution points. 38 battle attendants, 114,000 contribution points. 15 head attendants, 75,000 contribution points. For Vice Hall Masters, 40,000 contribution points. In total, the total contribution points reached an astonishing 564,000. As for the distribution, the deputy was twice that of the head attendant was twice that of the battle attendants, and the battle attendants were twice that of ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. As for the astral reaching experts, they were the least 1/20th of ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. Since the majority of the people were killed by Yi Chun and his people, the contribution points were counted as theirs, and had nothing to do with Su Danian and the rest. On Yi Chen's side, there were only 200 people left. 150 astral reaching experts, 28 ordinary Sea of Souls realm warriors, 24 battle attendants, 7 head attendants, and 1 Vice Hall Master. According to the distribution, astral reaching experts could get 234 contribution points. Ordinary Sea of Souls realm warriors could get 4,600, and 700 battle attendants could get 9,000, and head attendants 18,000. Yi Chen's share was the highest, about 37,000 contribution points. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of contribution points was enough to make many people's eyes turn red. It should be known that the contribution points of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, were extremely valuable. Without wars, it was hard to earn them. Only wars could allow them to earn more contribution points. This was also the method of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, to stimulate people's enthusiasm. The ones who made the most profit were naturally the astral-reaching disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace. According to their strength, each of them should have gotten 234 contribution points. However, because of their identity as disciples, they had all become battle attendants. Therefore, the contribution points were distributed according to the battle attendance distribution. It should be known that contribution points were not only useful in Azure Dragon Hall, but also in the entire Dragon God Celestial Palace. Normally, these astral-reaching disciples wouldn't even have 1,000 contribution points. However, this time, they had earned more than 9,000. Of course, this was also paid with their lives. As disciples of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, they had the status of geniuses. Their lives were much more precious than ordinary astral-reaching experts. Moreover, even with Yi Chen's protection, 4 of them had died. There were 2 groups of people who didn't get any contribution points. One group was Su Danian's group. They had only killed a few people, which was insignificant. However, they had also received some rewards. Although they weren't as precious as contribution points, it was still better than nothing. Being able to return alive was already enough for them. What else could they ask for? The other group consisted of dead people. This time, there were 700 people who had gone out, but only 270 people had returned. A total of 430 people had died, which was a huge number. They couldn't get any contribution points, nor could they get any rewards, because they were already dead. However, their families would receive special care from Dragon God, Celestial Palace. Some resources would be sent over, allowing their families to produce more experts. The preciousness of contribution points could be measured by the items they could be exchanged for. In Dragon God Celestial Palace, an ordinary mid-grade artifact was worth 300 contribution points. A peak mid-grade artifact was worth 500. An ordinary upper-grade artifact was worth 4,000. And a peak upper-grade artifact was worth 5,000. As for defensive artifacts, they were a bit more, about 1.5 times more than offensive artifacts. A semi-extreme grade offensive artifact was worth 30,000 contribution points, and a semi-extreme grade defensive artifact was worth 45,000 contribution points. The amount of contribution points Yi Chen had obtained was more than enough to exchange for a semi-extreme grade offensive artifact, but it was still lacking a bit for a semi-extreme grade defensive artifact. If it were in the outside world, wanting to buy a suitable artifact would cost God knows how many spirit stones. Many people would have to exhaust their entire fortune to gather enough artifacts. However, in Dragon God, Celestial Palace, contribution points were more than enough. Apart from exchanging for artifacts, one could also exchange for pills, gems, profound martial skills, secret arts, and spirit stones. From this aspect, it could be seen that the burden of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, was huge. Without sufficient resources, it could easily collapse. This was also the main reason why Dragon God, Celestial Palace, would rather fight against the 4 great powers than give up on more resources. With 37,000 contribution points, Yi Chen didn't think about exchanging for artifacts. He already had both offensive and defensive artifacts, and they were all at the semi-extreme grade. As for pills, he didn't lack any, not to mention the others. However, he was somewhat interested in the secret arts of Dragon God Celestial Palace. Xia Hozuan had once used Blood Emperor Killing Finger, and its might was extremely great. Yi Chen had seen it with his own eyes. Thinking about it, no one would think that they had too many secret arts. Outside, the more secret arts one had, the better. It would be harder to see through one's background. Chapter 686. Ordinary exchanges could be done in the Azure Dragon Palace, but high-level exchanges would have to be done in the palace headquarters, such as profound martial skills, secret arts, and semi-extreme grade artifacts. Only Yi Chen and a few attendants had the qualifications to do high-level exchanges. The others' contribution points were far from enough. On this day, Yi Chen rode on his flying puppet and headed toward the headquarters of Dragon God Celestial Palace. The reason why he didn't use the conveyor gate was because it consumed extreme-grade spirit stones. If he used it for no reason, the palace would collapse sooner or later. Although Yi Chen didn't have any restrictions, and no one would say anything if he used it, Yi Chen didn't intend to do so. Anyway, the distance from the palace to the palace was only 15 million li, and it would take him about a month to ride the flying puppet. Of course, riding the flying puppet was only a cover. Once he was far away, Yi Chen would try the riding sword flight. Riding sword flight was Yi Chen's strongest speed. When he had just learned it, Yi Chen had used it before. However, at that time, his realm was not that high, but now he had already cultivated it to the peak of the second layer. He really wanted to try the extreme speed of the riding sword flight. All right, let's try the extreme speed of the riding sword flight. Above the boundless ocean, Yi Chen put away his flying puppet and made a sword art with his finger. The gold sword on his back automatically came out of its sheath with a clang sound, floating in front of Yi Chen. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen stepped onto the rather wide gold sword, steadily standing on it. Go! Activating the sword art once again, the gold sword slightly trembled and shot out at a frightening speed like a beam of light from the sky. However, Yi Chen, who was standing on the gold sword, didn't show any signs of being flung away. Because during the process of using the riding sword flight, his feet and the gold sword had formed countless connections, as if they had taken root and sprouted. So fast. So it turns out that when one is fast to the extreme, the scenery on both sides will slow down. There won't be anything that can't be seen clearly. In fact, Yi Chen had misunderstood. If an ordinary person's speed suddenly increased by a lot, their eyes wouldn't be able to keep up. This was because they wouldn't be able to adapt. But the reason why Yi Chen was able to adapt was because Yi Chen's limit was far from being reached. It should be known that Yi Chen's soul force was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Unless his speed suddenly increased by 5 times, it would be impossible for him to not adapt. It's about 70 times the speed of sound now. 72 times, 74 times, 75 times. When the speed reached 75 times the speed of sound, the speed of the sword kinesis flight could no longer be increased. It was as if there was an invisible shackle restricting the speed. Too fast. Using the sword light flying art, I can only reach 50 times the speed of sound at most. But the sword kinesis flight art has increased my speed by half. Moreover, using the sword light flying art consumes more Yuan than using the sword kinesis flight. It should be the effect of the soul force. What kind of concept was 75 times the speed of sound? It was equivalent to traveling 51 li in one breath, which would be 360,000 li in 2 hours. In one day, he would be able to travel 4,400,000 li. In the world where Yi Chen came from, he would be able to circle around the earth 50 times in one day. The sword kinesis flight will consume a lot of soul force. Although it is almost negligible, There will be problems after a long time. I'll just maintain it at 60 times the speed of sound. Knowing that the highest speed of the sword kinesis flight was 75 times the speed of sound, Yichen gradually slowed down, maintaining it at around 60 times the speed of sound. 4 days later, Yichen arrived at the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Without going anywhere else, Yichen went straight to his own residence, the Red Cloud Restaurant. He then called over the attendant, Yan Zi. "Dragon God Envoy, you're back." Yan Zi was a little surprised. "Yeah." Yichen nodded and asked, "Where is the place where the Dragon God Celestial Palace keeps the profound sense martial arts and secret arts? Take me there." "I know about this. There is a secret pavilion in the Dragon God Celestial Palace where the profound sense martial arts and secret arts are stored. Dragon God Envoy, follow me." Yan Zi led the way in the front. After about an hour, the two arrived in front of a group of buildings in the core area of the palace. In the middle of the buildings, there was a pavilion. It was about 3 floors high, looking simple and unadorned. It had a special calming feeling to it. "Dragon God Envoy, that pavilion is the secret pavilion. I can't go in, so I can only take you here." Yanzi stopped. "This bottle of yuan refining pellets is for you." Yichen took out a bottle of pellets from his storage ring and threw it to Yanzi. When he was in the Yi family, he often had to reward people. Therefore, he had a lot of low-rank pellets. This yuan refining pellet was a great help for clasping yuan realm warriors to make a breakthrough. It was one of the top mid-rank pellets. "Ah, thank you, Dragon God Envoy." Yanzi took over the pellet while trembling. Yuan refining pellets could be found in the Dragon God Celestial Palace as well. It would cost 400 contribution points to exchange for 1 bottle, and she only had around 50 contribution points. It should be known that the contribution points in the Dragon God Celestial Palace were way too valuable. As a clasping yuan realm attendant, very few people would have more than 100 contribution points, since they would exchange for resources and help themselves sometimes. Right now, Yanzi's cultivation was at peak level mid-clasping yuan realm. With this bottle of pellets, she was confident that she could reach late clasping yuan realm within 3 months, which would save her a lot of hard work. Without noticing Yanzi's happy expression, Yichen walked into this group of buildings. There were a lot of defense lines outside the pavilion. Yichen did not want to cause any trouble, so he directly flashed his dragon tag, which allowed him to pass through without any obstacles. Arriving in front of the pavilion, Yichen walked up the stairs. "Halt!" The elder guarding the first floor of the secret pavilion walked out. "I am Yichen, Dragon God Envoy of the Dragon God Celestial Palace." Yichen flashed his dragon tag. "As usual, you are Yichen?" The master's eyes brightened. "Indeed." The master smiled. "Since you are the Dragon God Envoy, then I have no right to stop you. I will lead the way for you." "Thank you." Yichen hesitated for a while, then nodded. He did not know much about the secret pavilion, and Yan Zi was only a clasping yuan realm attendant. Naturally, she would not be able to tell him much useful information. If the master could lead the way for him, it would save him a lot of effort. The master's family name was Tian, and he had a very high cultivation, reaching peak level late seas of Soul's realm. Although he did not have much power here, all the members of the Master Association had to respect him and would not dare to be rude to him. Only a few people in the whole Dragon God Celestial Palace could have the Master lead the way for them. The secret pavilion has 3 floors in total. The first floor has low-rank profound sense martial arts and top-rank earth realm secret arts. The second floor has mid-rank profound sense martial arts and low-rank heaven realm secret arts. And the third floor has high-rank profound sense martial arts and mid-rank heaven realm secret arts. Of course, there are not many high-rank profound sense martial arts. only 3 of which were all created by the leader, and 5 mid-rank Heaven Realm secret arts as well. The master seemed to be very familiar with them. Yichen said, "Let's go to the second floor first." The profound sense martial arts and secret arts on the first floor did not interest Yichen at all. All right. Under the guidance of the master, Yichen arrived at the second floor. Although Yichen's goal this time was the secret art, since he was already here, he was prepared to observe as much as he could. Profound sense martial arts and secret arts were both worth looking at. After all, every profound sense martial art had its own unique features, and he might be able to learn something from it. Profound sense martial arts and Heaven Realm secret arts were all recorded inside the jade letters and could not be observed directly, but right next to the jade letters, there would be a thin booklet with the introduction and description of the profound sense martial arts and secret arts, so that the people who chose them would have some understanding in case they chose the wrong one. Yichen casually picked up a mid-rank wind profound sense martial art and opened it. Wind Dragon Break, a wind profound sense martial art. Using the wind as the source, it condenses the shape of a dragon. It is very flexible and powerful. Once trained to completion, it can instantly condense 9 dragon-shaped chi flows, which can be used for both offense and defense. Mid-rank profound sense martial art, 3-star rating. 4-star? There are ratings for the profound sense martial arts here. Yichen asked. The master said, within the same rank, the profound sense martial arts have different levels as well, according to the effect and power of the profound sense martial arts. There is a rating of 1 to 5 stars. 1 star is the lowest, which belongs to those people who have just started to create mid-rank profound sense martial arts. 2 stars is the average level, and 3 stars is already very high. Most of the Master Level C of Soul's Realm Warriors can only create 1 3-star rated mid-rank profound sense martial art in their lifetime, which is already enough to be proud of. As for 4 stars, only the most talented warriors can create it. 5 stars is the highest rating, and the one who created it must be a shocking martial genius. I see. Yichen thought to himself, my gold pattern should be at the 4-star level, and my Thunder Devour should be at the 5-star level. As for my Gold Fury, it has already surpassed the 5-star level and is approaching the high-rank profound sense martial art level. But it is not completed yet, so it is only 40–50% complete. He nodded to himself. The rating of the secret pavilion was very practical. For those people who could not create their own profound sense martial arts, if they chose a 5-star profound sense martial art, they would need to spend a lot of time to learn it, and might not even make any progress at all. But if they chose a 1-star profound sense martial art, it would be much easier, and they would not be at a loss of what to do. After that, Yichen looked through a lot more mid-rank profound sense martial arts. All of the mid-rank profound sense martial arts on the second floor of the secret pavilion were basically 2 or 3 stars. There were very few 1-star ones, and even fewer 4-star ones. As for 5-star ones, it was not even 1% of all the mid-rank profound sense martial arts. Compared to the profound sense martial arts, the low-rank Heaven Realm secret martial arts seemed to be much rarer. What was a secret art? It was a secret art that would not be passed on to others. Between the same rank secret arts and martial arts, the secret art would be dozens of times more precious. Therefore, the second floor of the secret pavilion did not have mid-rank Heaven Realm secret arts, but low-rank Heaven Realm secret arts, which were 1 level lower than mid-rank profound sense martial arts. Tiger Vigor Body, low-rank Heaven Realm secret art. Mysterious Spirit Eyes, low-rank Heaven Realm secret art. Demon Ox Mountain Breaking Spell, low-rank Heaven Realm secret art. Although there were not many secret arts, Yichen still spent a lot of time looking through them. Among them, the The Tiger Vigor body was a bone training secret art. Once trained, the bones would be extremely tough and would not be easily damaged. The mysterious spirit eyes was a secret eye art. After trained, the user could see the natural Yuan Qi with his naked eyes, as well as the Zhen Yuan track inside the enemy's body. It was a very useful auxiliary secret art. The Demon Ox Mountain breaking spell was even more precious than the other two. It was actually a secret art that used power. If there were body training experts here, they would definitely choose it.